पानी यहाँ पर आ रहा है। अब यहाँ से और अगर हर्षिल घाटी तक जाना है, धराली गांव तक जाना है, तो उसके लिए पुल चाहिए और पुल न होने के वजह से हेलीकॉप्टर के ज़रिए अब लोगों को वहाँ से रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है। हम लोग भी यहाँ पर आकर, गंगनानी की जगह पर आकर, अब आगे का रास्ता जो है पूरी तरीके से बंद हो गया है, तो इसकी वजह से हम यहाँ आकर रुक गए हैं। लेकिन आपको अगर मैं दिखाऊं तो ये बीआरओ का एक पुल, लोहे का बहुत बड़ा पुल हुआ करता था, लेकिन अगर आप भागीरथ नदी का फ्लो देखिए आप कि किस तरीके का फ्लो है, ये आप देखिए कि वेग कितना है भागीरथ नदी का और कितना बड़ा बोल्डर एक ऊपर से नीचे आया है। इस तरीके के जो अवरोध होते हैं उसकी वजह से जो पहाड़ का कटान है वो और ज़्यादा तेज़ी के साथ में होता है। तो अब देखना होगा कि आखिर गंगनानी के इस इलाके में पुल कैसे बनता है, कब बनता है, ताकि जो राहत सामग्री है, जो बड़े बड़े ट्रकों में भर के एनडीआरएफ ने जो बड़ी बड़ी मशीनें लेकर आई हैं, वो यहाँ से कैसे हर्षिल घाटी की ओर जाती है। अब आइए दूसरी एक तस्वीर आपको दिखाते हैं कि किस तरीके का सड़क का नामो निशान नहीं बचा है और चारों तरफ मलबा ही मलबा फैला हुआ है। ये आप देखिए कि एक तो पुल पूरी तरीके से बह गया और सड़क की आप हालत देखिए। ये आप देखिए कि सड़क का एक हिस्सा जो है वो पूरी तरीके से यहाँ पर बहा, क्योंकि ऊपर से पानी आया। और इसके बाद में अगर हम आगे चलते हैं तो यहाँ पर आपको दिखाते हैं कि किस तरीके का, ये आप देखिए कि पूरा जो सड़क है वो नीचे से खोखली हो गई है। ये आप देखिए पूरी सड़क नीचे से खोखली हो गई है और इस तरीके के बहुत मजबूत लोहे के जो गार्डर हैं उसको इस सड़क की सुरक्षा में लगाया गया था। तो वो देखिए पूरी तरीके से ज़मींदोज़ हो चुके हैं। बहुत आगे मत जाओ क्योंकि खतरा है। अभी भी लगातार आप देखिए कि पानी रिस रहा है और कभी भी सड़क का एक हिस्सा फिर से नदी के अंदर जा सकता है। हर्षिल घाटी का रास्ता इसी पुल से ऊपर तकरीबन 25 किलोमीटर दूर हर्षिल घाटी है और 20 किलोमीटर दूर धराली गांव है। तो महज 20 किलोमीटर का हमें फासला तय करना है, लेकिन दिक्कत यह है कि लोहे का पुल बह चुका है और बीच में इतनी गहरी खाई है कि कोई भी आदमी इस खाई को पार भी नहीं कर सकता है। गंगनानी कस्बे से पवन तिवारी, किशोर के साथ रवीश रंजन शुक्ला, NDTV।
This milky white stream flowing in full force could be a setting for a romantic scene in a Bollywood movie. But the real picture here, about 16 kilometers from Gangnani in Uttarkashi, is very dramatically different. It's the picture of devastation. It is also the picture of why the full force of the rescue operation has not been able to, in fact, reach the village in Harsil, the Dharali village, where the flash flood created massive destruction. This is exactly on the highway, on the Gangotri highway, the place where a 100-meter bridge was essential for any movement further towards Harsil and then to the main spot, the ground zero of the flash flood, which created havoc. But at this moment, this bridge yesterday, because of the incessant rainfall and the flash floods that came, this bridge has been washed off. I mean, when you look over the edge, there it gives you an eerie feeling. And this is the reason why, after many hours of trying to, in fact, create some sort of a temporary structure, the NDRF teams have failed to create anything that would, in fact, get them on the other side. Now, how has this impacted this entire operation? Well, the roads are washed off at several places, as we have been seeing or have been showing to you throughout. But because of this bridge and the inability, because there is nothing. NDRF came, they broke and cleared the debris from here. But the problem is that there is no way they can make a makeshift bridge at this moment. And because this makeshift bridge cannot be made, even if they connect all the other points, heavy equipment like the earth-moving equipment, the cutters and the diggers, all those things cannot move across, and they can't go towards the Dharali village, where this would be the most essential thing in the life-saving operation. The road is cut off, the bridge is washed off, and on the other side, though at least from here you can see few stretch of the road for few kilometers absolutely okay, but this road is waiting for the heavy movers to roll in and so that they can reach the Dharali village.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICICI CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff, and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
हेलो
बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
US President Donald Trump has announced that sweeping new secondary tariffs will impact any country still trading with Russia if a ceasefire with Ukraine is not agreed by Friday, which is the 8th of August. This is Washington will impose an additional 25% tariff on India on top of the reciprocal 25% levy that US President Donald Trump had announced last week, as a penalty for its purchases of Russian oil, in a move that New Delhi has denounced as extremely unfortunate. Meanwhile, as per reports, Trump plans to meet with Vladimir Putin as well as Ukraine's President, Mr. Zelensky. The reports also add that the meeting is to take place next week. Apple will invest an additional $100 billion in US manufacturing, Donald Trump has announced alongside the tech giant CEO Tim Cook. The commitment is the latest corporate move to placate Washington in the face of tariff threats. It follows Apple's $500 billion pledge earlier this year. We get you the latest as far as the Uttarkashi cloudburst is concerned. Weather conditions have improved slightly, but in Uttarakhand, a massive rescue operation is currently underway. This has fears mounted for those still trapped under the massive river of sludge that buried scores of houses, trees, and cars. Meanwhile, continuous heavy rainfall across Kullu and Mandi districts of Himachal Pradesh has severely disrupted normal life. Several rivers are in spate. They've triggered widespread concern, while landslides and waterlogging have crippled connectivity and day-to-day activities. We get you a ground report as 300 roads are blocked in Himachal. It's 7 a.m. and you are watching NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Bava. Breaking news we're tracking at the moment. A political firestorm has erupted after US President Donald Trump slapped a 50% tariff on India over Russian oil imports. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, has slammed the US tariff hike, calling it an economic blackmail to bully India into an unfair trade deal. In a social media post on X, Rahul Gandhi has taken a dig at Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying he should not let his weakness override national interests. This as Derek O'Brien jibes, and I quote, "Now what will the 56-inch say?" The opposition has slammed the Modi government for what it sees as weakness in standing up to Trump's pressure tactics. And with Parliament in turmoil, the tariff flashpoint has turned into a fresh battleground in India's charged political landscape. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, meanwhile, called the move a serious blow, warning that such high tariff rates will render Indian goods unaffordable in the American market, especially compared to competing countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, which face lower US import duties. In fact, Shashi Tharoor further added that the US is indulging in double standards. Listen in to Mr. Tharoor's remarks, followed by Vishnu Shom's detailed analysis.
Palladium, there are various things that are importing from Russia. But, there is unfortunately a certain double standard involved. They have given the Chinese a 90-day break, but the Chinese are importing far more Russian oil than we are. So clearly this has not been a particularly friendly gesture from a country we thought was well disposed towards us, or an administration that we thought was well disposed. Very clearly we have to act accordingly, and we will have to learn our lessons from this experience. I think there is certainly a likelihood there will be some pressure within India now to impose comparable reciprocal tariffs on American exports to India. So I think we're going to have to really start looking at other trading partners much more in these circumstances.
The US decision to impose 50% tariffs on India would come as a shock at certain levels, but the key question is whether the 21-day period which exists before this is actually implemented is going to be a period within which there is some compromise, some negotiation which happens between both sides. Remember, it's not so much the issue of tariffs which India and the United States were negotiating which is troubling New Delhi. It's the additional sanctions of 25% because of India's continued import of Russian oil that New Delhi would deem completely unacceptable. We're a large country, we've stated this repeatedly, we have energy requirements and there are incredible double standards, which was made clear in the last statement of the External Affairs Ministry. Double standards why? The US continues to import key items from Russia. Europe depends to a large extent, or significant extent I should mention, for its energy requirements on Russia. Therefore, why is this double standard as far as India is concerned? But the relationship between India and the US is still too large. It's a very, very deep strategic relationship. And I think that there is the expectation that nothing in terms of the broader relationship is going to be put away no matter how much of a crisis this may be. And I use that word deliberately. It is a bit of a crisis as far as the overall relationship is concerned. What I do believe this will result in is a significant trust deficit between Washington and New Delhi developing. Delhi would never have expected America to do something like this. There was always a sense that despite differences, they were working towards a trade deal. But all of a sudden, this entire oil import situation comes in. New Delhi has stated our position very, very clearly. There are clear double standards which exist between the West and India on this issue. And if you've got a partner as important as the United States imposing sanctions at 50% equal to Brazil upon India, possibly the highest sanctions in Asia, then that's deeply problematic indeed. In Haifa, with Xavier Thomas, Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump has announced that sweeping new secondary tariffs will impact any country still trading with Russia if a ceasefire with Ukraine is not agreed by Friday, which is the 8th of August. But as Trump threatens secondary sanctions, in tariff rankings, you must know that India now matches Brazil at the top with 50%, followed by Switzerland at 39%, Canada and Iraq at 35%, and China at 30%. The announcement of the additional tariff comes as National Security Advisor G. Doval is in Moscow to discuss India-Russia relations as far as defense and security cooperation is concerned as well, and India's purchases of Russian oil. Alongside, US diplomat Steve Witkoff was also in the Russian capital, where he met with President Vladimir Putin 2 days ahead of Washington's deadline for Moscow to agree to a ceasefire with Ukraine, lest it and its oil customers actually facing punitive levies. But, by the way, Trump has not confirmed whether the additional 25% tariffs he has announced on Indian exports to the US for New Delhi's trade in arms and energy with Moscow would be cancelled if Russia and Ukraine agreed to a ceasefire. Listen in to the latest reaction we've lined up for you from Donald Trump.
We put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff. Okay.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance, buys more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
By the way, Donald Trump has said a lot more secondary sanctions are upcoming, as you've just heard, after he was asked why only India was singled out for penalties over doing business with Russia. In fact, the US president says that he could meanwhile impose further tariffs on China. We have his latest reaction regarding China. Listen in.
12-day deadline. China is facing potential secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Then having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
Well, as matters escalate, Tony Waterman has been tracking all that's unfolding behind the scenes. Listen in to Tony's report.
India was one of the first topics the president was asked about, a journalist questioning whether he plans to expand secondary tariffs to other countries that buy Russian oil. The president said he's planning a lot more secondary tariffs. Then he was asked if China could be one of those countries, and he said it could happen. Although there are a lot of questions about how much leeway he really has to hit China with any new levies, given the long list of contentious issues they're currently negotiating. But earlier on Wednesday, Trump hit India with an additional 25% tariff, citing Russian oil purchases. That tariff is going to take effect in 3 weeks' time, bringing the total levy on Indian products coming into the United States to 50%, which is one of the highest in the world. Trump has accused India of fueling Russia's war machine by buying cheap energy from the Kremlin, and he really believes that these oil purchases are stymieing his efforts to end the conflict in Ukraine. New Delhi has hit back, saying it's unjustified to single out India, and certainly China and Turkey also buy large quantities of Russian oil, but they haven't, at least at this point, been targeted.
As you know, this move threatens to further complicate US-Indian relations. Brazil, as I mentioned briefly, is the only other country to face a 50% overall tariff rate. My colleague Vishal Vivek has been tracking what Donald Trump actually wants. Let's just quickly go across to Vishal Vivek for the latest lowdown.
Well, at the heart of Trump's pressure campaign, again, is his goal to boost America's oil exports. Trump's presidential campaign was heavily backed by US fossil fuel giants, and according to a report, his latest tax package offers nearly $18 billion in new incentives for oil and gas sector. In short, Trump really wants to expand American fossil fuel sales. And India is already a big customer of US products, as Trump seems to be using tariffs as leverage to push for more. Since Trump came to power in January, US crude shipments to India surged over 50%, now making up 8% of India's oil imports. If India starts buying more American oil and LNG, it will further strengthen US energy clout and help Trump's backers profit. What does it mean for Trump? It means that the powerful fossil fuel lobby will continue to support Trump.
Vishal, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown. In fact, let's just take a look at what this means for BRICS nations. The impact as far as the BRICS nations are concerned. Trump's executive order imposing the extra tariff, it did not mention China, you must note, which also imports Russian oil. But later he said he could announce similar further tariffs on Chinese goods. Currently, analysts assert that Trump's move marks the most serious downturn in US-India relations since his return to office in January. It also marks a shift from the warm ties that we've seen during Trump and Modi's February meeting. This is what analysts also assert, pointing out Trump's recent remarks calling India's economy dead, its trade barriers obnoxious, and accusing us of profiting from cheap Russian oil while ignoring the killings of Ukrainians in Russia's 3.5-year-old invasion of its neighbor. But India, it seems, has now had enough. As the world's power balance shifts, the Trump tariffs are triggering more than economic calculations. They are forcing a geopolitical realignment, many experts highlight. Just take a look at this detailed report.
US President Donald Trump's tariff tantrums have no bounds, becoming more provocative and threatening day by day. And the leader of the global south, India, has had enough. After the US leader made baseless allegations against New Delhi for its imports of Russian oil, India exposed the West's hypocrisy. US and Europe import large quantities of minerals and fertilizers from Russia, a fact President Trump seems to ignore.
India says that the US imports Russian uranium, chemicals, fertilizers, while criticizing their energy imports. Your response to that, sir?
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to check, but we'll get back to you on that.
Not just India, the BRICS bloc, led by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, is increasingly challenging Washington's hegemony, questioning Trump's tariff escalations. Standing behind India, Russia accused the US of exerting illegal trade pressure on New Delhi, asserting that sovereign nations have a right to choose their own trading partners. New Delhi has asserted it will not tolerate Washington's baseless allegations, with its actions speaking loud and clear. Amid Trump's tariff tantrums, NSA Ajit Doval is in Moscow, set to meet Russian President Putin and other leadership, strengthening this strategic relationship. BRICS together represent over 40% of the world's population and about a quarter of the global GDP, and see Trump's tariffs as a threat to the multilateral system. Brazil too snubbed Trump, with President Lula saying he would rather meet Prime Minister Modi and speak to him than President Trump.
Eu não vou ligar para o Trump para comercial não, porque não quer falar. Mas pode ficar certo, Marina. Eu vou ligar para o Trump para convidá-lo para vir para a COP, porque eu quero saber o que ele pensa da questão climática. Vou ter a gentileza de ligar. Vou ligar para ele, vou ligar para o Xi Jinping, vou ligar para o primeiro-ministro Modi, vou ligar. Só não vou ligar para o Putin, porque o Putin não está podendo viajar. Mas vou ligar para muitos presidentes. Eu quero ver.
China also called out Trump's abuse of tariffs.
中方反对滥施关税的立场是一贯和明确的。关税战、贸易战没有赢家，搞保护主义，损害各方的利益。
Iran too has slammed Trump on tariff threats to India.
United States in the last century has used economy as a strong weapon against independent countries. I believe that not only India, any country is not safe of the threat of and such this behavior of Trump and United States.
The BRICS is demanding key reforms to the World Trade Organization, but through consensus, not confrontation. Their message? Trade wars don't just hurt rivals, they shake the global system. As the world's power balance shifts, the Trump tariffs are triggering more than economic calculations. They're forcing a geopolitical realignment, with the BRICS now emerging as a counterweight to Washington's trade agenda. Disha Bagchi for NDTV.
Meanwhile, Apple will invest an additional $100 billion in US manufacturing, President Donald Trump has announced, alongside tech giant CEO Tim Cook. Now, this commitment, the latest corporate move to placate Washington in the face of tariff threats, follows Apple's $500 billion pledge earlier this year and could soften the White House's ire over the company's reliance on imports from India. This is what analysts are arguing. Trump has been pressurizing firms to reduce reliance on foreign countries, and Apple's latest investment includes the launch of an American manufacturing program aimed at reshoring parts of its supply chain. But even as Trump hails investment commitments from companies and trade partners, experts say that comprehensive factory relocations are not feasible. Just listen in to the US president's latest remarks, followed by Tim Cook's reaction.
Today, Apple is announcing that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. That's $100 billion more than they were originally going to invest. And this is the largest investment Apple has ever made in America and anywhere else. And it's just an honor to have you. As you know, Apple's been an investor in other countries a little bit. I won't say which ones, but a couple. And they're coming home. $600 billion, it's the biggest there is. The company is also unveiling its ambitious new American manufacturing program, which will bring factories and assembly lines across our country all roaring to life.
Earlier this year, we made our largest ever spending commitment, $500 billion to the U.S. over the next 4 years. That's already yielding results. Earlier this year, we broke ground on a new factory in Houston to make advanced AI servers. And just last month, the very first test unit rolled off that factory's line, proudly made in America. President Trump shared some kind words about that work, but he also asked us to think about what more we could commit to doing. And Mr. President, we took that challenge very seriously. I'm glad to be here with you today, and I'm very proud to say that today we're committing an additional $100 billion to the United States, bringing our total U.S. investment to $600 billion over the next 4 years.
During a press event with Apple CEO Tim Cook in the White House Oval Office. Cook was there to announce that the tech giant is upping its manufacturing investment in the U.S. to $600 billion, some of that money going towards opening a factory in Texas. Apple is also launching a new program to bring more of its supply chain and advanced manufacturing to the United States. But Apple came up short on one big demand from the president. He really wants Apple to start making its iPhones in the United States, something that Apple is not quite committed to yet. And for now, it seems that it will continue to manufacture its iPhones in India, China, and Vietnam. This investment in the U.S. seems more about avoiding Trump's tariffs as much as possible and also about getting on Trump's good side. Tony Waterman, NDTV, Washington.
As always, news and updates continue in a moment. Slipping into a very quick break for now.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
The weather was very bad. The situation remains very, very tense. It remains precarious and it remains dangerous. The Dharali village.
मार्ग से वहां पर हेल्प पहुंचा।
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale or anything else. It's just that I enjoy that process a lot. Give me an evening to just go for a film party or something, I'll skip it. But you give me like a struggling musician to go who has a great tune, some new guys, chill all night with them. I can do that. I can just sit there, make music and stuff like that. We just did that recently. Fahim came down. He just surprised us, and we met in my Bandra office, and Han was there, Aneet was there, and he made me hear his other songs and stuff like that. But it was it's so much fun. Because I just think making music, film, you still get to see something. Yeah. I think music is so amazing. You
don't need to see anything.
It's in the air and suddenly it just comes together and it's just, you can just feel it. And something you hear makes you feel something. It's just magical. Cookie Busher!
Jai Jawan!
Jai Jawan!
Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
Trump's fresh threat Donald Trump has announced that secondary sweeping tariffs will impact any country still trading with Russia if a ceasefire with Ukraine is not agreed by the 8th of August. This as Washington will impose an additional 25% tariff on India on top of the reciprocal 25% levy that Donald Trump had announced last week as a penalty for its purchases of Russian oil, in a move that New Delhi has denounced as extremely unfortunate. Reports state that Trump plans to meet with Vladimir Putin and Ukraine's President, Mr. Zelensky. Reports further add that the meet is to take place next week. Apple will invest an additional $100 billion in U.S. manufacturing, Trump has announced. The commitment, the latest corporate move to placate Washington in the face of tariff threats, follows Apple's $500 billion pledge earlier this year.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Well, days after the United States slapped Canada with 35% tariffs, raising it from the previous 25%, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has said that he will speak with Donald Trump when it makes sense. The increased tariff, which the White House said was the result of Canada's continued inaction and retaliation, comes after Trump told reporters that the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney reached out ahead of an August 1st tariff deadline, but no conversations between the two actually took place. Trump, though, has warned that any country that does not strike a deal with the United States before Friday, the 8th of August, will be subjected to higher tariffs imposed on goods. But Mark Carney has warned that Canadian investment in the United States, which is already among the highest in the world, could decline if trade relations deteriorate and a new economic and security pact is not secured. Maha Siddiqui has been tracking all that's unfolding in Canada. She joins us live from Vancouver at this point. Maha, so Canada is going to speak to the United States when it makes sense?
That's what Mark Carney has said, and this despite the fact that the two countries are continuing to negotiate a trade deal, which is expected to bring down the tariffs for Canada. At the moment, they are 35% on all non-CUSMA compliant goods. CUSMA is the agreement between US, Canada and Mexico. And Canada believes that about 90% of its exports to the United States will fall under this agreement. So it's about 10% of the exports that are going to suffer. However, the big concern for Canada really is on the tariffs that are currently imposed on aluminum and steel, lumber, and on automobile sector. Now, the automobile sector has already seen the fallout of the high tariffs on that sector with job losses, and this is largely in the Ontario province. Meanwhile, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, was in the British Columbia province, the province from where I'm reporting at the moment. He has gone to Kelowna. Kelowna is one of the areas where there is a huge concentration of lumber exports. British Columbia alone is a place that is hugely dependent on lumber for its exports, largely dependent on the US, because 63% of the exports from Canada, from British Columbia specifically, are to the United States. And there's already been a soft lumber dispute with the United States from the year 2000 to 2022. And this is an industry that will largely be impacted by tariffs. So Mark Carney has also announced a support for this industry. So Canada is looking at ways and means of navigating this punishing tariff. They are also looking at breaking down interprovincial barriers to improve the trade from east to west, that is within Canada itself, and not be so dependent on exports to the United States, that is north to south trade. Moreover, it's also very keenly now looking at diversification. That's where countries like India will come into importance for Canada, because Canada is clearly looking at the Indo-Pacific as a region that it would want to trade more with. It is looking at Southeast Asian countries, to be specific, the ASEAN countries, the APEC countries largely. And India, of course, is a very important player in the Indo-Pacific. And this is also an arrangement that could look at fructifying over the next few years, because the kind of onslaught of tariffs that we're seeing from the Trump administration against many countries, Canada and India at the moment one of the countries with the highest tariffs that US has imposed against.
Maha, as always, thank you so much for breaking down the details for us. We're slipping into a very quick commercial break. We're back in a moment with the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
As per reports, Trump plans to meet with Putin and Zelensky. Reports further add that the meeting is to take place next week. Meanwhile, Apple will invest an additional $100 billion in US manufacturing, Trump has announced alongside the tech giant CEO Tim Cook. In Uttarakhand, a massive rescue operation is currently underway as weather improves slightly. This as fears mount for those still trapped under the massive river of sludge that buried scores of houses, trees and cars. Meanwhile, heavy rain cripples Himachal Pradesh's Mandi district. We get you a ground report on how 300 roads are blocked and there is a trail of devastation.
And that's why it's being said that after Kahuna Pyare, this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that that shows on screen?
You don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. Then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song, add a Punjabi song. All these trappings were not there in this film. They were like, just go there and make your film. Do this script. We love this script and make it honestly. And I think the minute that happened, a filmmaker I could just spread my wings and just go out, not worrying about a few. I think when you do that, you get a little more fearless, and then that's what got picked up by people. So I cast appropriate for the film. I didn't cast thinking. I cast what felt right.
You were saying that you are going to say no to him.
Yeah. But that's his fault. Huh? He was now you see, now that we can talk about the film, Krish Kapoor cannot be a timid, sweet boy.
Yes,
sir, how are you, sir?
Last time we spoke.
Yeah, and I was like, what is this guy? He was a sweet boy. And then by the end of the night, I could see the boisterous self, and I could see the Krish Kapoor who could stand on top and say, don't forget this name, it's Krish Kapoor. So I think I was looking for that a bit. I needed a spark of that.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff, and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
Well, against the backdrop of growing uncertainty in India-US ties, Prime Minister Modi is expected to reach out to East Asia in the coming weeks. Prime Minister Modi will visit China for the first time in over 6 years, in a further sign of a diplomatic thaw with Beijing as tensions with the United States rise. The Prime Minister will go to China for a summit of the multilateral Shanghai Cooperation Organization that begins on the 31st of this month. His trip will come at a time when India's relationship with the US faces its most serious crisis in years, after Donald Trump has imposed the highest tariffs among Asian peers on goods imported from India and has threatened an unspecified further penalty for New Delhi's purchases of Russian oil. In fact, currently, our tariffs are at 50%. So trade, terrorism, and border tensions are likely to dominate the table. Here's a report on what to expect and the significance of this meeting.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to visit China for the SCO summit in Tianjin, his first official visit in 6 years and the first since the deadly Galwan clash of 2020. Before arriving in China, Prime Minister Modi will make a stop in Japan to meet Prime Minister Fumio Kishida on August 30th. His last official visit to China was in 2018, when he met President Xi Jinping in Wuhan, a meeting aimed at strengthening ties that later frayed along the Himalayan border. All eyes on the rising global tensions, shifting alliances, and a diplomatic minefield. The visit comes after Modi's stop in Japan and at a time when US President Donald Trump is cracking down on BRICS nations for buying oil from Russia, accusing the bloc of threatening the dollar's dominance. Ties between New Delhi and Beijing have been frosty, but this trip from August 30th to September 1st signals a possible thaw. It comes just weeks after China condemned the Pahalgam terror attack, a move seen as a rare alignment with India. Prime Minister Modi last met President Xi in October 2024 at the BRICS summit. Since then, quiet diplomacy has been in motion, from border talks to the reopening of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. With US tariffs tightening and the pressure mounting over Russian oil, Prime Minister Modi's trip could mark a strategic recalibration, a new balancing act in a divided world. Terrorism, trade and border tensions will dominate the table, and all eyes will be on whether Prime Minister Modi meets President Xi and President Putin on the sidelines. From Galwan to Tianjin, the road has been long, but is it leading to a détente or deeper fault lines? With Riddhima Kedia, Bureau Report for NDTV.
News we're tracking at the moment. As you know, a political firestorm has erupted after US President Donald Trump slapped a 50% tariff on India over Russian oil imports. Rahul Gandhi had called it economic blackmail. The opposition had slammed the Modi government for what it sees as weakness in standing up to Trump's pressure tactics, and now a Congress adjournment notice in Lok Sabha. The Congress is demanding a discussion on tariffs. In fact, other Congress MPs are backing this stand too. This, as Rahul Gandhi has called this economic blackmail. In fact, Trump's 50% tariff has been slammed by the opposition, with the Congress calling it economic blackmail, an attempt to bully India into an unfair trade deal. Rahul Gandhi had posted on X saying, Prime Minister Modi better not let his weakness override the interests of the Indian people. And now, a Congress adjournment notice in Lok Sabha, with the Congress demanding a discussion on the tariffs that have just been imposed by the US president. Donald Trump, by the way, has warned of secondary sanctions hours after imposing an additional 25% tariff on India. His warning actually came after he was asked why India was singled out despite other countries like China also buying oil from Russia. Trump has said, and I quote, "It's only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens. You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much more secondary sanctions." In fact, this is being seen as a blow. However, our government says that they will take any step only prioritizing national interest. You must note that more than half of India's exports through the United States are now at risk following the imposition of an additional 25% duty by US President Donald Trump, who signed that executive order accusing India of colluding with Russia. And now the Congress has submitted an adjournment notice in Lok Sabha demanding a discussion on these punitive tariffs that have been imposed on India. Meanwhile, the announcement of the additional tariff comes as National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is in Moscow to discuss India-Russia defense and security cooperation, as well as India's purchases of Russian oil. Ajit Doval's Moscow touchdown is set to be focusing on also expanding defense industry ties, including the purchase of additional S-400 missile defense systems and a dialogue on Su-57 fighter jets. Besides the possible purchase of additional S-400 missile systems, the talks could include setting up S-400 MRO facilities in India and explore options for acquiring Russia's fighter jets, sources have indicated. As you know, the S-400 systems played a major role in Operation Sindoor in thwarting Pakistan's military aggression. Similarly, BrahMos missiles, jointly developed by India and Russia, rattled the Pakistani military. You must note that meanwhile, US diplomat Steve Witkoff was also in the Russian capital, where he met with Vladimir Putin 2 days ahead of Washington's deadline for Moscow to agree to a ceasefire with Ukraine and finally figure out if there's a way forward as far as peace is concerned, long-term peace is concerned. Vishal Vivek has been tracking Ajit Doval's touchdown in Moscow. He joins us currently with a quick update. Vishal, take us through what we know as far as the plan of action for our NSA is concerned.
Well, this visit is interesting. Even though it was pre-scheduled, it coincides with that big tariff war, big trade war that India and US are currently engaged in. And it also coincided with another important visit to the Russian territory, and that was from the US side. Steve Witkoff was in the Russian territory yesterday. So all of that happened, and what is the significance of this visit? The first one, of course, is the Trump tariff, which could be discussed because India and Russia have been accused by the US side for promoting the Ukraine war. India has also been dragged into this. India has vehemently denied the charges and said that India has done it only for the benefit of its citizens, the oil business that it has done with Russia. And the other things that could be discussed is defense cooperation between the countries and also oil imports that have been under scanner from the US side, and also the current geopolitical escalation involving all the three sides, US, Russia and India. So all of that could be in discussion because the agenda itself has not been revealed by both the countries. But when the meetings happen today, Ajit Doval is expected to meet a lot of the higher officials of Russian side today, and then only we'll have a clear picture of what exactly was discussed.
Vishal, as always, though, thanks so much for joining us with the latest information you've accessed. Slipping into a quick break, back in a moment with the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned. Donald Trump has announced that sweeping new secondary tariffs will impact any country still trading with Russia if a ceasefire with Ukraine is not agreed by the 8th of August. This is Washington will impose an additional 25% tariff on India on top of the reciprocal 25% levy that Donald Trump had announced last week. Trump plans to meet with Vladimir Putin and Ukraine's Zelensky, reports state, further adding that the meeting is to take place next week. Apple will invest an additional $100 billion in US manufacturing, Trump has announced, alongside the tech giant CEO Tim Cook.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The weather was very bad. The situation remains very, very tense. It remains precarious and it remains dangerous. The Dharali village.
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale or anything else. It's just that I enjoy that process a lot. Give me an evening to just go for a film party or something, I'll skip it. But you give me like a struggling musician to go who has a great tune, some new guys, chill all night with them. I can do that. I can just sit there, make music and stuff like that. We just did that recently. Fahim came down. He just surprised us, and we met in my Bandra office. And Han was there, Aneet was there, and he made me hear his other songs and stuff like that.
Breaking news we're tracking at the moment. A 6-year-old Indian origin girl is the latest victim in the ongoing spate of racist attacks targeting Indian nationals and Indian origin Irish people in Ireland. The girl, whose family hails from Kerala, was playing outside a house in Southeast Ireland, we're told, with friends at about 7:30 p.m. on Monday evening, when a gang of boys and one girl called her a dirty Indian and told her to go back to India. She was, by the way, born in Ireland, and 5 of the gang also punched her in the face, hit her private parts with a bicycle, we're told, punched her neck and twisted her hair. Her mother moved to Ireland 8 years ago from Kerala to work as a nurse with her husband and recently became an Irish citizen. The mother actually said that the gang was made up of boys who were aged about 12 to 14 and a girl around the age of 8. She said her daughter came home in tears and is now too scared to play outside. Arjun has been tracking the finer developments. He joins us live from the newsroom at the moment with further details. Arjun, an Indian origin girl, was beaten by a group of children. She was abused. Any action taken so far in this matter?
That's absolutely right, Parmeshwar. To put the sequence of events in perspective, first of all, the incident occurred on Monday, the 4th, when the girl was actually playing just outside a house with a group of her friends in Ireland's Waterford area, when she was attacked by a group of multiple boys aged between 12 to 14 years, along with a girl aged 9 years, who, as you rightly mentioned, assaulted her, punched her on the face. Not only this, attacked her private parts. and also, shouted racist slurs while they were at it. Now, the family has reached out to the Garda and the investigation is underway. But Parmeshwar, this marks a very, very worrying trend of concerted attacks against Indians and Indian origin persons in the country. In fact, we've only in the past fortnight, we've seen at least 3 more such brazen attacks. And, to underline the severity of this very attack, now this is the first time in the country's history that an Indian minor has been assaulted on record, and the investigations are currently underway. In the past, we've also seen the Indian mission in Dublin also taking up the case of assaults on Indians. We'll keep on, of course, getting you the latest on this. Back to you.
Arjun, thanks so much for joining us with the latest. In other news, US President Donald Trump plans to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin as early as next week and follow it up with a 3-way meeting that includes Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky without any European leaders present. The planned meetings came to light during a phone call Trump held with several European leaders on Wednesday. Trump actually reportedly told leaders he plans to meet with Putin soon and hopes to bring Zelensky into a follow-up meeting shortly after. Listen in to the US president's latest remarks.
Well, there's a very good prospect that they will. And we haven't determined where, but we had some very good talks with President Putin today. And there's a very good chance that we could be ending the round, ending the end of that road. That road was long and continues to be long, but there's a good chance that there will be a meeting very soon.
Moving on, WhatsApp has taken down 6.8 million accounts linked to scammers, targeting people around the world in the first half of this year. Many were tied to scam centers run by organized criminals in Southeast Asia, who often used forced labor in their operations, according to the social media giant. The account deletions, which Meta said took place over the first 6 months of the year, arrive as part of a wider company effort to crack down on scams. Meta said it was also rolling new tools on WhatsApp to help people spot scams, including a new safety overview that the platform will show when someone who is not in a user's contacts adds them to a group, as well as ongoing test alerts to pause before responding. Let's revert our attention now to our big story. We're tracking what's happening in Uttarakhand. At least 200 people were rescued from the flash flood ravaged Dharali village in Uttarkashi, even as fears mounted for those still trapped under the massive river of sludge that buried scores of houses, trees and cars. A massive rescue operation is currently underway, and the weather, we're told, is slightly improving. The Indian Army has launched a full-scale disaster relief operation, deploying over 200 personnel. Our team of correspondents has been on ground zero tracking the latest for you. The region has been battered by relentless rain over the past 48 hours. Key road stretches near Bartwari and Gangrani have been washed away. Ankit Yagi has been tracking all the latest developments. Listen in to his report from ground zero.
This milky white stream flowing in full force could be a setting for a romantic scene in a Bollywood movie. But the real picture here, about 16 kilometers from Gangnani in Uttarkashi, is very dramatically different. It's the picture of devastation. It is also the picture of why the full force of the rescue operation has not been able to, in fact, reach the village in Harsil, the Dharali village, where the flash flood created massive destruction. This is exactly on the highway, on the Gangotri highway, the place where a 100-meter bridge was essential for any movement further towards Harsil and then to the main spot, the ground zero of the flash flood, which created havoc. But at this moment, this bridge yesterday, because of the incessant rainfall and the flash floods that came, this bridge has been washed off. I mean, when you look over the edge, it gives you an eerie feeling. And this is the reason why, after many hours of trying to, in fact, create some sort of a temporary structure, the NDRF teams have failed to create anything that would, in fact, get them on the other side. Now, how has this impacted this entire operation? Well, the roads are washed off at several places, as we have been seeing or have been showing to you throughout. But because of this bridge and the inability, because there is nothing, the NDRF came, they broke and cleared the debris from here. But the problem is that there is no way they can make a makeshift bridge at this moment. And because this makeshift bridge cannot be made, even if they connect all the other points, heavy equipment like the earth-moving equipment, the cutters and the diggers, all those things cannot move across, and they can't go towards the Dharali village, where this would be the most essential thing in the life-saving operation. The road is cut off, the bridge is washed off, and on the other side, though at least from here you can see few stretch of the road for a few kilometers absolutely okay, but this road is waiting for the heavy movers to roll in and so that they can reach the Dharali village.
Cookie Bushel!
Jai Jawan!
Jai Jawan!
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kahuna Pyare, this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was, all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. You know, then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song, add a Punjabi song. All these trappings were not there in this film. They were like, just go there and make your film. Do this script. We love this script and make it honestly. And I think the minute that happened, a filmmaker I could just spread my wings and just go out, not worrying about a few. I think when you do that, you get a little more fearless, and then that's what got picked up by people. So I cast appropriately.
Secondary tariff is what Donald Trump is hinting at. The move could potentially raise the cost of everything from smartphones to cars. Now, Donald Trump has doubled the tariffs as far as India is concerned to 50%. That's an extra 25% tariffs. 21 days from now, India faces the highest tariffs in Asia, and this is basically tying with the tariffs in Brazil. And Donald Trump plans to meet with Putin and with Zelensky. The meet to take place next week. And it's Apple that will be investing an additional $100 billion in U.S. manufacturing. President Donald Trump announced alongside the tech giant CEO Tim Cook Trump's pressure, and this is a $100 billion investment pledged by Apple. The death toll in Uttarkashi has risen to 6. Over 250 people are believed to be missing. The cloudburst tragedy in which rescue operations have been hampered by roadblocks. And heavy rain has crippled Himachal Pradesh's Mandi. We're talking about 300 roads that have been blocked because of the monsoon fury. A very good morning. You're watching The Breakfast Show. This is NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vatva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Donald Trump that has gone on to announce a sweeping new secondary tariff. And that will impact the country from everything from smartphones to cars. Everything could get even more expensive. And this is after he has, in fact, spoken about 50% tariffs when it comes to goods coming out of India. So this is any country still trading with Russia if a ceasefire with Ukraine is not agreed upon. This is the threat that Donald Trump has spoken of, a secondary sanction. In accordance to what we already know is that 50%, which matches Brazil at the top, followed by Switzerland at 39%, Canada and Iraq at 35%, and China at 30%. So India called the decision unfair, unjustified and unreasonable and accused the United States of selectively targeting India for actions that are in fact being undertaken by several other countries. We're talking about allies of the US. So there's zero as far as the European Union is concerned that really has been buying Russian oil. So that, European Union that bought Russian oil is free of these additional taxes and tariffs that, Donald Trump is planning on. So, of course, let's listen into what President Trump has to say.
Let me go, please.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
it's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. Yes, ma'am. Let me go, please.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
it's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions.
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. Yes, ma'am. Let me go, please.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries.
We put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff. Okay.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance, buys more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions.
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
India was one of the first topics the president was asked about, a journalist questioning whether he plans to expand secondary tariffs to other countries that buy Russian oil. The president said he's planning a lot more secondary tariffs. Then he was asked if China could be one of those countries, and he said it could happen. Although there are a lot of questions about how much leeway he really has to hit China with any new levies, given the long list of contentious issues they're currently negotiating. But earlier on Wednesday, Trump hit India with an additional 25% tariff, citing Russian oil purchases. That tariff is going to take effect in 3 weeks' time, bringing the total levy on Indian products coming into the United States to 50%, which is one of the highest in the world. Trump has accused India of fueling Russia's war machine by buying cheap energy from the Kremlin, and he really believes that these oil purchases are stunning stymieing his efforts to end the conflict in Ukraine. New Delhi has hit back, saying it's unjustified to single out India, and certainly China and Turkey also buy large quantities of Russian oil, but they haven't, at least at this point, been targeted.
Right, so more tariff as far as India is concerned, and that is basically India and other countries too, with the president warning of that secondary sanctions and announcing 100% tariff on imported semiconductor chips. Apple has announced that it will use the chips in the United States and that iPhones and watches will use US-made cover glass now. So this is going to really impact businesses, including, phones are going to get more expensive, smartphones are going to be more expensive than ever before, and so will cars. And to know more on this, as far as doubling of the tariffs are concerned and how India is going to be hit the hardest, at least in Asia, NDTV's Sakshi Bajaj gets us the details.
Remember that friend who's sweet to your face but is behind your back talking everything that is, of course, negative? Well, US President Donald Trump is doing just that. Economists believe he has blindsided India, and India now is paying the highest tariff in Asia. With this tariff move, India is at 50% rate. That is way above China's 30%, Bangladesh's 20%, Sri Lanka's 20%, Vietnam's 20%, Pakistan's 19%, Cambodia's 19%, Japan at 15%, Saudi Arabia at 10%, and UAE at 10%. Now, experts believe that, look, so far the move has been to shock the system altogether, then sit down for negotiations with nations, and then crack a deal. With the US delegation arriving in India on August 25th, the spotlight really is on whether a deal will be cracked, whether there will be some sort of agreement really as far as the sticking points are concerned, especially with regards to agriculture and dairy products. But for now, India is clearly that friend that is being hurt the most in this whole tariff war.
Well, thank you, Sakshi, for getting us all those details. But, as far as the sector impact is concerned, sector by sector, let's break it down for you with my colleague Vishal. Vishal, take us through how, this is going to be impacting India in many, many ways.
Well, these new tariffs up to 50% will impact a plethora of sectors. The first one is shrimps. To give you a perspective, about 32.54% of shrimps that are exported from India to foreign territories are sent to the US. So that gives you a picture of how important this sector is. And the total tariff payable will be 50% on this. And the impact, of course, will be felt very high. Next up is petroleum, one of the biggest sectors. This actually is just 4.3% share as far as the exports are concerned. Tariff payable will now be 6.9%. The impact felt will be low. There are several other sectors we'll look at. Moving on, the new one would be organic chemicals. So in this also, the India's share of export to the US stands at 13.2%. The tariff payable now will be a whopping 54%. And of course, the impact will be very high. Moving on, the next one is the really important pharmaceutical sectors. The US share in India exports stands almost at 40%. But the tariff payable will be just 0%. Why is that? That's because US administration had made some exemptions, and in those exemptions, pharmaceutical products lie. So the impact felt will be low. Moving on, we have other sectors as well, such as carpets. It's also one of the biggest exports from India to foreign territories, and US share is at almost 60%. So the tariff payable now will be almost 53%. Impact, of course, will be very high. There are many other factors we look at, such as knitted apparel, another garment sector. The US share stands at 34%. Tariff payable will be a whopping 64%. Impact, of course, will be very high. The next one is woven apparel. The US share in India exports stands at 32.2%. Tariff payable will be upwards of 60.3%. Impact, of course, will be very high. These are all garment sectors, apparel sectors. Textiles, of course, is also very important. The US share stands at almost 50%. Tariff payable is almost 60%. Impact again will be very high. So you can see that most of these sectors will have high impact. The last one we have here is diamonds and gold. This too is a big sector, 40% and 52% tariff payable. Impact again very high. So you can see the various sectors now that have been impacted by a series of tariffs that have been. The next one is steel, aluminium and copper. The US share is just around 16 to 17%. The tariff payable will now actually be 51.7% because India is one of the biggest steel aluminum manufacturers in the whole world. Many companies in the world, big companies, are Indians. And the next one is machinery and mechanical appliances. The US share is about 20%. Tariff payable is again upwards of 51%. Impact very high. So most of the things you can see, the impact seems to be very high. There are some sectors such as pharmaceuticals and electronics, such as smartphones, that will have lower impact because they are under exemptions. How long that lasts, that also remains to be seen, because Trump has threatened that the pharmaceutical sector can expect as much as 200% tariff. So that will also have to be seen. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Vishal, for getting us the very latest. And let's just also now talk about China. Do remember that China has that 90-day window, and China doesn't have the kind of tariffs that India is now facing. So when we talk about Trump, he was questioned on this, and of course he's gone on to suggest that China could be the next target of a steep new tariff similar to those imposed on India. While we're talking about that window that China still has, when asked whether Beijing could face penalties for importing Russian oil as well. Do remember that Beijing imports more oil from Russia than India does. Listen in to Donald Trump.
China facing potential secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Then having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
And to know more on this, we have Gaurav Sanswal, Fellow Center for Strategic and International Studies, joining us. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking with us this morning. When we talk about, we were so close to a deal, and this was after rounds and rounds of negotiation. And here we have India being singled out. Of course, we do know the sticky situation being the oil that is being imported from Russia. But so is China doing the same. And, we're not seeing anything happen in that regard, at least for now. Where does this leave India as far as the relationship with the US is concerned? We've seen that bonhomie play out time and again between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump.
No, certainly this is a difficult point in the relationship between the two countries. There's no doubt about that. But we have to see the context in which this is coming about, which is that the two countries were trying to negotiate a deal. And because India has a trade surplus with the US, President Trump wanted India to buy more. And so in some ways, the Russia thing is being used as a negotiation tactic here as the two countries are trying to negotiate. We may find this to be a little bit different for India right now, but I think it's important to note that this is not unique in that he has gone through this process with China and with other countries. And so in that way, this is part of a larger strategy that President Trump has used to rebalance trade that US has with other countries. And so the playbook in that has looked like increasing tariffs and increasing them over and over again, and to a point where the country comes to the table to negotiate and President Trump gets the deal for the US in the way that it wants. So he did that with China and managed to reach a handshake. And I think the expectation and the hope with India here will be that as acrimonious as things stand to be right now, given that the US is still continuing to negotiate the deal, that this is just a leverage that he's trying to exercise, and that in the coming weeks we actually reach a point where things start to simmer down as the two countries find a middle ground.
Donald Trump has now imposed a 50% tariff on goods imported from India. And then there was an earlier threat of an extra 10% for countries' membership in the BRICS group. That included China, Russia and South Africa. But now he's also talking about additional secondary tariffs as well. What would that really mean for India and particularly for, exporters here in the country?
No, I think it's India's trade surplus with the US is twice of that with any other country. So naturally, US is a very important market for Indian exporters. But at the same point of time, India is obviously right now, since there is negotiation at play, India is trying to find alternate markets for its products, and no doubt it can very well do that. It can find markets in Europe. It can find, India just executed a deal with the UK. It is trying to negotiate a deal with the European Union. It has just negotiated with the UAE and Australia as well, and also talking to many powers in the Middle East. So I think the US cannot afford to stand on the sidelines for too long, because it would miss out on the opportunity that other countries are getting with India. So I think India will try and find alternate markets right now to create more pressure on the US, or to exercise more leverage with the US. But there is no denying that those kind of reconfigurations and finding alternate markets takes a long, long time. So 5 years down the line, the situation may be different. But as of today, Indian exporters are dependent on the US. And I think that will be a very big criteria in New Delhi, because they can bear this out for maybe a few days, a few weeks. And obviously, the fact that these tariffs only kick in on August 27 it buys New Delhi some time. But that will definitely be a sword hanging on New Delhi, because this is a key partner to which Indian exporters export, and finding alternate markets will take time, as I said. So you're right. This is definitely rocky, and I hope things stabilize soon. Because while India can take hope in the fact that tariffs will eventually be passed on to US consumers and will lead to rise in inflation here, at the same point of time, they will cause revenue losses to Indian companies, and that would not be easy pressures for New Delhi to deal with.
Absolutely. Sleepless nights as far as exporters are concerned back home here in India. We just hope things change way before that deadline. And of course, things change as far as that negotiation is concerned between Ukraine and Russia, and that meeting coming up with Donald Trump. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on NDTV.
Absolutely.
Now, there seems to be a U-turn, particularly when it comes to Rahul Gandhi's stand, when it comes to the comments that are being made by Donald Trump, and this calling, the tariff war as an economic blackmail and an attempt to bully India with an unfair trade deal. That is what Rahul Gandhi has gone on to say. Do remember that he had backed the comments that were earlier made by Donald Trump in regard to a dead economy. Well, now there is a change of stand, and that is something that we're seeing with other members of the Congress party as well, and particularly Shashi Tharoor, who has really been, talking about how, this is going to leave India looking for more options when it comes to, exporting Indian goods. And he has, in fact, slammed down on the US's double standard, saying we need to learn lessons, and that is something. Let's listen in to Shashi Tharoor.
Palladium, there are various things that are importing from Russia. But, there is unfortunately a certain double standard involved. They have given the Chinese a 90-day break, but the Chinese are importing far more Russian oil than we are. So clearly this has not been a particularly friendly gesture from a country we thought was well disposed towards us, or an administration that we thought was well disposed. Very clearly we have to act accordingly, and we will have to learn our lessons from this experience. I think there is certainly a likelihood there will be some pressure within India now to impose comparable reciprocal tariffs on American exports to India. So I think we're going to have to really start looking at other trading partners much more in these circumstances.
Himanshu Shekhar joining us to get us the very latest. Himanshu, of course, Shashi Tharoor there speaking of options that India needs to literally start weighing in on. We're talking about, literally slamming the United States for its double standard, and talking about how this is really going to make Indian goods unaffordable for the people in the United States.
Absolutely right. And in fact, I can tell you two very important reactions that I've got from the exporters who will, of course, face the brunt once these secondary tariffs come into force. Firstly, the Apparel Export Promotion Council, in its first reaction, has very categorically said that it is not sustainable for Indian textile exporters to sustain and absorb the impact of these secondary tariffs that have been announced yesterday. And this will completely outprice the Indian textile products in the international market. In fact, Federation of Indian Export Organization has assessed that once these additional secondary tariffs come into force, the price differential in terms of the reciprocal tariff that has been imposed by Trump administration on India's competitors in international trading market would be in some sectors as high as 30 to 35%, and they will not be able to sustain this. And that is why the Apparel Export Promotion Council President Sudhir Sekhri has told NDTV that we want the government of India to give us some kind of financial or fiscal support that China is giving to its exporters in sectors which have been affected by the imposition of this very high additional reciprocal tariffs. So I think the government has to do firefighting on several fronts. In Parliament, when it resumes, a Congress MP has given a notice for raising a detailed discussion by suspending the scheduled business of the House on this additional 25% reciprocal tariff that has been imposed by President Trump on India. So I think whether politically or in terms of addressing the concerns of the stakeholders, especially the exporters who will face the brunt, clearly the reactions that I have got from exporters who export a lot to the United States, they are very nervous and they want the government to announce a fiscal support package so that they can withstand the economic impact of this additional secondary tariff that has been imposed on India. Divya.
Right. Thank you so much, Himanshu, for getting us all those details. Moving on now to Apple. Now, Apple will be investing an additional 100 billion US dollars in manufacturing, and that's going to be taking place now in the United States. It's President Donald Trump that has announced this alongside tech giant Tim Cook. We're talking about the CEO of Apple. The commitment, this is the last corporate move in order to placate Washington in the face of tariff threats. And this really follows Apple's 500 billion US dollar pledge, which took place earlier this year. Let's get you some of the reactions coming in. But before that, listen to Donald Trump and Tim Cook.
Saying that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. That's $100 billion more than they were originally going to invest. And this is the largest investment Apple has ever made in America and anywhere else. And it's just an honor to have you. As you know, Apple's been an investor in other countries a little bit. I won't say which ones, but a couple. And they're coming home. $600 billion. It's the biggest there is. The company is also unveiling its ambitious new American manufacturing program, which will bring factories and assembly lines across our country all roaring to life.
Earlier this year, we made our largest ever spending commitment, $500 billion to the U.S. over the next 4 years. That's already yielding results. Earlier this year, we broke ground on a new factory in Houston to make advanced AI servers. And just last month, the very first test unit rolled off that factory's line, proudly made in America. President Trump shared some kind words about that work, but he also asked us to think about what more we could commit to doing. And Mr. President, we took that challenge very seriously. I'm glad to be here with you today, and I'm very proud to say that today we're committing an additional $100 billion to the United States, bringing our total U.S. investment to $600 billion over the next 4 years.
During a press event with Apple CEO Tim Cook in the White House Oval Office. Cook was there to announce that the tech giant is upping its manufacturing investment in the U.S. to $600 billion. Some of that money going towards opening a factory in Texas. Apple is also launching a new program to bring more of its supply chain and advanced manufacturing to the United States. But Apple came up short on one big demand from the president. He really wants Apple to start making its iPhones in the United States, something that Apple is not quite committed to yet. And for now, it seems that it will continue to manufacture its iPhones in India, China, and Vietnam. This investment in the U.S. seems more about avoiding Trump's tariffs as much as possible and also about getting on Trump's good side. Tony Waterman, NDTV, Washington.
Well, let's just also talk about India being in the line of fire because of Trump targeting BRICS with tariff threats. And now tariff tantrums of Donald Trump hold no bounds whatsoever with India. Now it seems as, now finally seems to have had enough. Here's a special report on how the global south is rallying right behind India. Take a look.
US President Donald Trump's tariff tantrums have no bounds, becoming more provocative and threatening day by day. And the leader of the global south, India, has had enough. After the US leader made baseless allegations against New Delhi for its imports of Russian oil, India exposed the West's hypocrisy. US and Europe import large quantities of minerals and fertilizers from Russia, a fact President Trump seems to ignore.
India says that the US imports Russian uranium, chemicals, fertilizers, while criticizing their energy imports. Your response to that, sir?
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to check, but we'll get back to you on that.
Not just India, the BRICS bloc, led by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, is increasingly challenging Washington's hegemony, questioning Trump's tariff escalations. Standing behind India, Russia accused the US of exerting illegal trade pressure on New Delhi, asserting that sovereign nations have a right to choose their own trading partners. New Delhi has asserted it will not tolerate Washington's baseless allegations, with its actions speaking loud and clear. Amid Trump's tariff tantrums, NSA Ajit Doval is in Moscow, set to meet Russian President Putin and other leadership, strengthening this strategic relationship. BRICS together represent over 40% of the world's population and about a quarter of the global GDP, and see Trump's tariffs as a threat to the multilateral system. Brazil too snubbed Trump, with President Lula saying he would rather meet Prime Minister Modi and speak to him than President Trump.
Vocês pensam, eu não vou ligar para o Trump para comercial não, porque ele não quer falar. Mas pode ficar certo, Marina. Eu vou ligar para o Trump para convidá-lo para vir para a COP, porque eu quero saber o que ele pensa da questão climática. Vou ter a gentileza de ligar. Vou ligar para ele, vou ligar para o Xi Jinping, vou ligar para o primeiro-ministro Modi, vou ligar. Só não vou ligar para o Putin, porque o Putin não está podendo viajar. Mas vou ligar para muitos presidentes. Eu quero ver.
China also called out Trump's abuse of tariffs.
中方反对滥施关税的立场是一贯和明确的。关税战、贸易战没有赢家，搞保护主义，损害各方的利益。
Iran too has slammed Trump on tariff threats to India.
The United States in the last century has used economy as a strong weapon against independent countries. I believe that not only India, any country is not safe of the threat of and such this behavior of Trump and United States.
The BRICS is demanding key reforms to the World Trade Organization, but through consensus, not confrontation. Their message: trade wars don't just hurt rivals, they shake the global system. As the world's power balance shifts, the Trump tariffs are triggering more than economic calculations. They're forcing a geopolitical realignment, with the BRICS now emerging as a counterweight to Washington's trade agenda. Disha Bagchi for NDTV.
Let's get to breaking news coming in of Rahul Gandhi hosting a dinner today. Really, what's on the agenda? A plan to chalk out a joint strategy on the special intensive revision, the SIR, of the electoral rolls and discuss fielding a joint candidate for the vice president election scheduled for the 9th of next month. Now, Now, this is coming just ahead of the protest march that's going to be taking place tomorrow on Friday to the Election Commission's office. The India Bloc parties are planning to demonstrate against the ongoing SIR exercise in Bihar that they allege could allow the manipulation of electoral rolls and which, according to them, bypasses the constitutional role of the poll panel. To know more on this, Himanshu back with us to get us the very latest. Himanshu, of course, this is going to be the very first meeting we're seeing in over a year of the India Bloc. They haven't had a meeting since that defeat of the India Bloc in the general elections that took place last year.
That's right. And in fact, SIR has become one issue that has unified the opposition ranks. Remember, in previous sessions, we have been reporting how the opposition has been divided. But in this session, we have seen today the 13th day of continuous protest on the SIR issue that we are going to witness in Parliament today. And again, the Congress MPs are going to give notices seeking suspension of the scheduled business in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha to raise a discussion on the SIR issue. And in the middle of the monsoon session, which has been very acrimonious, in fact, large amount of time has already been lost in this. And I was looking at the data, only 4 bills have been passed in this session in the first 13 days. And in this context, Rahul Gandhi's meeting becomes politically very, very important. And I think this is an effort to forge a joint front, a kind of a political front, in fact, so that they can keep up the pressure on the SIR issue. As far as the vice presidential elections are concerned, the Election Commission has decided that from 7th August, the date of filing of nomination can begin. So, of course, I think the countdown has in fact begun on the vice presidential election front, and this will be the first meeting of the leaders of opposition parties on whether they should be fielding a candidate. Those sources have told us that opposition wants to field a respectable candidate against the government candidate, but this will be the first formal meeting in which the first round of discussion will be held on how and what should be the opposition strategy as far as the vice presidential elections are concerned.
Right, thank you so much, Himanshu, for getting us the very latest. Getting you the latest when it comes to the tragedy that unfolded in Uttarkashi. At least 200 people are believed to be missing, and we are talking about 200 people have been rescued as well from the flash flood ravaged Dharali village of Uttarkashi district in Uttarakhand. Now the death toll has gone up to 6. 6 people have died in the tragedy that unfolded on Tuesday. A massive rescue operation is currently underway amid bad weather. We're talking about, many of the roads are blocked because of boulders. We're talking about the weather that has been holding up at times, but not mostly. And of course, according to the Met Office, is going to continue raining heavily in the course of the day today as well. The Indian Army has launched a full-scale disaster relief operation, deploying over 225 personnel, including combat engineers, radar units and dog squads as well. Rescue teams from the ITBP as well as the National Disaster Response. We're talking about the NDRF as well as the SDRF, all that have been carrying out those rescue operations. However, the region has been battered by relentless rain over the past 48 hours, and key road stretches have been washed away, cutting off the access for rescue convoys to reach that area that has been impacted the most. Let's listen into what the IG of Uttarkashi had to say.
आज हम लोग वेट कर रहे हैं, जो हमारी एडवांस टीम है जो इक्विपमेंट्स लेके आ रही है, अगर रोड्स खुल जाएंगे तो वो टीम पहुंच जाएगी। उसके बाद रेस्क्यू का काम बड़ी तेज़ी से होगा। इसके अलावा जो यात्री यहाँ पे फंसे हुए हैं, लगभग 300 से 400 के आसपास हैं, उनको ले जाने का लिए जो अरेंजमेंट्स करने हैं उसको भी हम लोग कोऑर्डिनेट कर रहे हैं। कोशिश रहेगी कि आज मैक्सिमम जो भी यात्री यहाँ फंसे हुए हैं उनको वापस भेजा जा सके, क्योंकि जगह जगह रोड ब्लॉक है इस समय, तो बाई चॉपर उनको शिफ्ट करने का प्रयास रहेगा आज।
धराली गांव में आपदा में कई लोग मिसिंग हैं और लोग उनकी तलाश में यहाँ वहाँ जा रहे हैं। हमारे साथ एक सज्जन मौजूद है जो वहाँ जाना चाह रहे थे लेकिन रास्ता बंद नहीं पहुँच पाए। इनसे आपका नाम क्या है?
वीर सिंह।
वीर सिंह, कहाँ से हो आप?
मैं नेपाल से हूँ सर।
नेपाल से। आपके धराली में कौन लोग थे और आप लोग क्या काम करते थे?
हम काम कर रहे थे रोड का सर। हम थोड़ा उसमें ऊपर से बारिश आई, बाढ़ आया तो हमारे कैंप को भगा के ले गया, और हमारा साहब लोग कुछ भी है तो हमारा कुछ मतलब कुछ कर नहीं पाए, किधर के उधर से आ नहीं पाए, इधर से जा नहीं पाए। हमारे जो अधिकारी है उनका भी कोई शक्ति नहीं लग पाई, वो भी अपने आप भी मतलब मुसीबत में फंसे, तो हम कुछ नहीं कर पाए सर, हमारे बंदे गायब है।
कितने?
25 बंदे, बच्चे लगा के 25 है।
तो क्या उनका कोई पता नहीं लग पा रहा?
सर संपर्क में नहीं आ पा रहा है, ना हमारा अधिकारी को फोन लग रहा है, ना हमको लग
ये
रहा है।
बंदे कहाँ पे थे आपके?
ये दराली से इधर और सिल से बीच में साहब।
तो जो आर्मी का कैंप वहाँ उधर?
हाँ, आर्मी कैंप के सामने नहीं था सर।
क्या काम करते थे सारे?
हम रोड के काम कर रहे थे साहब।
तो कुछ पता नहीं लग पा रहा?
कोई नहीं लग पा रहा सर, अभी तक नहीं लगा। कि हम जा रहे थे आधा रास्ते, जो पुलिस ये पुल टूटा है वहाँ तक हम गए, लेकिन वहाँ से हम जा नहीं पाए, वापिस हो गया सर। ये अपनी जो टीम बचाव वाली टीम जा रही है, तो वो भी वहाँ से जा नहीं पाए।
आपके 25 लोग बह गए पूरे?
बया कि क्या हुआ वो मुझे अभी तक खबर।
तलाश करने जा रहे हैं?
तलाश करने जा रहे थे साहब। अगर कुछ हमारे कृपया से अगर हमें वहाँ पहुँचा दे तो अच्छा रहेगा साहब।
कुछ आवाज़ सी सुनाई दी, तो जब हम बाहर निकले तो हमने सीटी मारना प्रारंभ कर दिया था। जैसे हमने कैमरा खोला अपने मोबाइल से और हम रिकॉर्ड करने लगे कि वो पानी दिखेगा, लेकिन वो पानी ऐसा नहीं था कि कोई नदी बढ़ रही हो, पूरा सैलाब आया। और जब हमने उसे देखा ना, तो हम लोग सीटी बजाते हैं ना, तो हमारी ना सीटी नहीं बज पा रही थी। इतना हम लोग भी एकदम इतना डर गए थे। और कई लोग ऐसे 15-20 लोग हमारे सामने जो हमने वीडियो बनाया उसको हमने देखा है, और हमने लाइव उनको दबते हुए भी देखा।
मैं थोड़ा अलर्ट मोड पे आ गया और मैं नंगे पैर यहाँ तक भाग के आया एकदम। और यहाँ से मैंने काफ़ी सीटियाँ मारी, मैंने काफ़ी कोशिश करी बचाने की लोगों को, लेकिन ना मैं कुछ वीडियो बना पाया, ना मैं कुछ कर पाया। बारिश उस टाइम ठीक ठाक हो रही थी, काफ़ी लगभग बारिश हो रही थी। मैंने काफ़ी कोशिश करी यहाँ से सीटियाँ मारने की, मैंने काफ़ी कोशिश करी, लेकिन तब तक वहाँ क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुका उस तरफ। तब तक वहाँ से होटल काफ़ी गिर चुके थे। और यहाँ पे लोग कम से कम ये मान के चलिए आप 15 से 16 लोग थे मेरी नज़रों में, वो जो सब खत्म हो गए वहीं पे ऑन द स्पॉट। मैंने देखा उनको अपनी आंखों से, मैंने उन्हें मरते हुए देखा है।
मैं शिवालिक होटल में काम करता हूँ सर। जिस समय ये घटना हुई उस समय मैं खाना खाने जा ही रहा था, तब तक दीपक भाई का फ़ोन आ गया। उसने बोला कि वार्ड बढ़ने वाली, वहाँ से निकल जाओ। तो उसने बता दिया, तो हम टाइम पे थोड़ा निकल गए हैं। बाकी मेरे साथ में जो होटल में यात्री थी वो एक की मिसिंग बता रही है, बाकी 2-3 लोगों का भी पता नहीं चल रहा है सर।
निश्चित तौर पे ये इसी गांव से हमने बिल्कुल लाइव देखा और उसी वीडियो मैंने माननीय जिलाधिकारी को तुरंत भेज दी थी और उनके द्वारा तुरंत उस पर राहत पे कार्यक्रम शुरू कर दिया था गया। और ये ऐसी विकट परिस्थिति हमने मेरे जीवन में नहीं देखी। मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ कम से कम 300-400 करोड़ से ज्यादा का नुकसान और जान माल का नुकसान भी हुआ है।
And from Uttarkashi to Himachal Pradesh, continuous rainfall in Kulu and in Mandi district of Himachal Pradesh has severely disrupted normal life. Several rivers are in spate and triggering widespread concern, while landslides and waterlogging have crippled connectivity and day-to-day activities. My colleague Gurpreet gets us a sense of how bad it is on the ground.
Right now we are standing in a Baghi village where we have seen how the villagers, they are making makeshift arrangements so that they will be able to cross this river. We are going to talk to them to understand how they are making this arrangement. आप ये क्या कर रहे हैं और इससे क्या करेंगे आप?
इसको हम एक छोटा सा रज्जू मार्ग बना रहे हैं, जिसको हम अपनी पहाड़ी भाषा में झूला कहते हैं। हाँ जी, इसमें अब लोगों का आने जाने का साधन, बाकी तो कुछ नहीं रहा है यहाँ। इस आने जाने साधन के लिए हमने इसको बनाया है। वो अपना माल भाड़ा जो भी सब्जी वगैरह आदमी को इधर उधर आर पार करना, तो इसके माध्यम से हम जाते हैं हम पारे को। अभी एक झूला लगेगा इसमें, उसके में बैठ के जाएंगे और रस्सी के ऊपर पार, वहाँ से आएंगे इधर। तो इसके लिए हम कर रहे हैं। अभी
ये कब का पुल टूटा हुआ है? क्योंकि इस बार भी बारिश के कारण देख रहे हैं कि लगातार काफ़ी नुकसान हो रहा है, खास करके मंडी एरिया का बहुत नुकसान हो रहा है।
ये डिजास्टर हमारे 2013 में फर्स्ट डिजास्टर आया था। उसके बाद पुल, पहले छोटा पुल था वो चला गया, फिर उसके बाद और पुल लगा, वो 2023 में डिजास्टर में चला गया। तो उसके बाद प्रशासन ने कुछ नहीं किया। फिर आज हम अपने पब्लिक कंट्रीब्यूशन से इस झूले को लगा रहे हैं। तो प्रशासन के पास हम गए थे, प्रशासन ने मना किया, हमारे पास कोई पैसा नहीं है। फिर अपनी कंट्रीब्यूशन हमने पब्लिक से की है, उस पैसे से हम लगवा रहे हैं इसको। अब 2 या 3 दिनों में लग जाएगा, उसके बाद इसका आना जाना शुरू कर देंगे हम।
गांव उधर है और लोग यहाँ से जाते हैं?
नहीं, उधर बहुत गांव है, इधर भी है गांव, लेकिन उधर भी है। अब उधर इस
रास्ता काटा हुआ है बिल्कुल।
इस तरफ के लोगों के लिए एक ही साधन है ये अब झूला।
देखिए, ये हमारी त्रासदी जो है 2013 से शुरू हुई है और कंटिन्यूटली जो है हमारे जितने भी लोग हैं, किसान हैं, सब के लिए बड़ी मुश्किल की घड़ी है। और प्रतिवर्ष जो है ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इसका डिजास्टर ज़्यादा बढ़ता ही जा रहा है, स्लाइडिंग प्रेशर से ज़्यादा हो रही है।
अब कोई टेम्परेरी अरेंजमेंट किया जा रहा है?
टेम्परेरी अरेंजमेंट फ़िलहाल हमारे विधायक जो हैं स्थानीय श्री पूर्णचंद जी, उन्होंने जो थोड़ा इसके लिए झूले के लिए पैसा दिया है, और लोग अपनी मेहनत से जो अपने दिन लगा कर इसको तैयार कर रहे हैं
ताकि ये समा
ताकि क्योंकि इस जो झोला लग रहा है इससे हमारे कम से कम 2000 पॉपुलेशन इसमें जो है इनको बेनिफिट होगा.
We can see these residents, they are making their own arrangements so that they will be able to cross this river and they will be able to go to the villages which falls in that area. So here we can see in this monsoon season, we are specifically, if we can talk about Mandi area, we have seen there is a huge loss which has been reported from this area, and the people, they are making their own arrangement. With Vijay Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh Cheena for NDTV, Mandi, Himachal Pradesh.
Well, let's just get you breaking news coming in of a man who has been found dead hanging inside a police station. That's right, it's a very disturbing incident of a 60-year-old man who was found dead hanging inside the room of the sub-inspector of police in Coimbatore. Police suspect that it was a case of a suicide. To know more on this, as far as the details of this case is concerned, from what the family is saying about the man is that he was unstable. Allegedly, he used to imagine that people are chasing him, and that is what led to him reaching the police station in the first place. To know more on this, we have Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, the body has been sent for post-mortem, and then only will it be handed over to the family. Take us through the details. I mean, there's CCTV footage as well, but this body was only found after 6 hours. Take us through the details of this very shocking case.
That's right, Divya. This has happened Tuesday late night, around 11 o'clock, when this man, around 60 years old, according to the police CCTV images they shared, seen getting off a bus and then walking into this police station. First talking to the sentry there, police say he claimed to be chased by at least 60 people. When the sentry came out and saw nothing of that kind happening, he advised him to come the next morning. But later, a short while after, when the sentry was busy attending a phone call, this man managed to climb the stairs and go to the sub-inspector's office on the first floor, where later, 6 or 7 hours later, he was found dead hanging. And the police now say he was not noticed by the sentry, and he has been identified to be a man from a place called Peravur. And his family also, police say, have confirmed that he was complaining of hallucination, that he was being followed. And this has become a kind of a major embarrassment to the police. This happened on a day when there was a murder of a sub-inspector of police in the adjoining Tirupur district. And the leader of opposition, EPS, has said while there is no law and order for the public outside, even in the police station, there is no law and order because the police did not know what was happening in the police station. Only after the morning roll call, when the SI came to his room upstairs, he felt the room was locked, and then after some wait, when he tried to open, he found the man to be hanging there dead. Investigation is underway, and now the police commissioner of Coimbatore has said that stringent action would be taken after an internal inquiry in terms of negligence for whoever was present at that point in time at the police station to have not noticed this happening.
Right, Sam, stay with us for our next story as well. And this is again coming out of Tamil Nadu, and we're talking about this is the anniversary, in fact, a tribute to Karunidhi's death anniversary. Of course, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister leading a silent march that is, that has been planned. Of course, the Chief Minister and the DMK president, of course, also launched a sharp attack on the AIA-DMK for reviving its alliance with the BJP ahead of the elections, accusing the party of betraying Tamil Nadu's interest of political gain in a strongly worded letter to the DMK cadre ahead of the death anniversary of his father and former chief minister. Take us through what all is planned today, Sam, and also, talk us through this letter that has been written by the chief minister.
Divya, today is the 7th death anniversary of DMK chief and 5-time chief minister, late Karunanidhi. It's on this day, observing this occasion, MK Stalin, the chief minister, is leading a silent march to Karunanidhi's memorial along the marina in Chennai. He's being accompanied by a large number of party cadre, besides his sister Kanimoli, his son and deputy chief minister Udayanidhi Stalin, and many other senior leaders, including T.R. Balu, ministers, MLAs and public. And this is an emotional day for the DMK, and this also comes closer to the elections next year. And in a message, MK Stalin on social media has called Karunanidhi. Although he has been given to birth by his parents, he was a fire as given to the state by Periyar and Anna. And Tamil Nadu, he says, has been chiseled by him to the level it has achieved now. This also comes a day after MK Stalin, in a sense, celebrated the state achieving double-digit growth, the only state in India to have achieved this among larger states. And it's in this context this march becomes important, and in a while from now they would reach the memorial, and then through the day the party at the central leadership level and at the local level in districts have arranged a series of welfare measures to reach out to the underprivileged and other programs, so that in their view they will be able to observe this day in a meaningful way.
Right, of course. Thank you so much, Sam, for getting us the very latest. Let's just switch tracks now to Karnataka and a war as far as the credit where his view is concerned. That kind of war has broken out over the metro service. Do remember that the Yellow Line will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi on 10th, that is Sunday. Now it is Tejasvi Surya that DK Shivkumar has gone on to call him a boy in hurry for inviting the Prime Minister for the inauguration of the Yellow Line in Bengaluru on the 10th of August. Now, this is a political tussle that has erupted over the inauguration of the Yellow Line, with the Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar calling that boy in a hurry, while it is Tejasvi Surya hitting back at the government, saying that the Congress is delaying public projects.
19 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ರೋಡು 7,610 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಈಗ ಖರ್ಚಾಗಿದೆ. 31ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಪಾಪ ನಮ್ಮ MP ಇನ್ನ ಹುಡುಗ ಇನ್ನ ಅನುಭವ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದ. ನಾವು ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದವರು 31ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಜುಲೈ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವಿವತ್ತು 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು 5ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಪ್ರೈಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ 10ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಅವರು ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Karnataka's Congress Transport Minister Ramalinga Reddy states that it is they who laid the foundations for metro, forgetting that Mr. Vajpayee, then the Prime Minister of India, who dreamt of having a metro lines across all the major cities and metropolises in India. Similarly, the project started in lot of cities, even in Bangalore also it started. In particular, the Yellow Line project was started in 2016, wherein the foundation stone was laid by then the Prime Minister, now the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Central government has released all its funds on the due time, but Karnataka state government, whenever they were in power, that is Congress party was in power, has not done a justice by delaying the project by so many days or so many months.
Deepak, my colleague, joining us from Bengaluru. Deepak, the inauguration of the Yellow Line has been delayed time and again due to technical issues, but now Tejasvi Surya, they are claiming that this was all done deliberately.
Well, there has been an ongoing war of words ahead of the big inauguration of the Yellow Line. The Yellow Line of the metro, of course, is considered very important for Bengaluru because it connects a major tech corridor, a lot of IT companies, including the likes of giants like Biocon and Infosys, Delta Electronics and more along this stretch of the line. So there is, of course, a political, a war of words that's going as to who really deserves credit. While Mr. pointed out at
Right, while that war of words that continues, like Deepak was pointing out, and this is literally basically Bengaluru's infrastructure caught up as far as the state versus the centre and the Congress versus the BJP exchange in yet another political face-off that we're seeing playing out between DK Shivkumar and Tejasvi Surya there. We also talk about, what it's like if there wasn't this metro service. Do remember that it is going to be inaugurated by the Prime Minister, and this is all going to be taking place on the weekend. But when we talk about, walking down the street, being a pedestrian when it comes to Bengaluru. Bengaluru is infamous as far as its traffic is concerned. But let's talk about if you had to really walk from point A to point B, what does it feel like? Well, my colleague Veera, gets us a whiff and a feel of what it's like to be walking down the streets of Bengaluru.
Every time the focus comes to infrastructure in Bengaluru, it's about potholes, it's about traffic moving slow, it's about metro trains and suburban railways. What about those who walk? What about the pedestrians? We are at this busy ITPL junction in the Whitefield area, and I'll tell you, it's impossible to cross the road from one side to the other. It's an extremely busy area with malls, your top tech offices around here, the ITPL office. There's several more hospitals, everything around here, but it's impossible to cross the road from one side to the other. Impossible in every sense of the word except in the Indian sense, because here it's possible. We make everything possible, but is this the way we should be crossing the road? With me is Devyani of Whitefield Rising, one of the groups which has been campaigning for better pedestrian safety. You don't have signals, you've got just a small path to cut through the road. Devyani, this is one of the quintessential examples of Whitefield's rising areas where, crossing the road is virtually impossible.
You're absolutely right, and you're in luck that we are at afternoon here, which is not a peak traffic. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to stand, because two-wheelers also use this path to cross along with the pedestrians. So we are always in competition to cross and always unsure of what will happen at the end of the road.
And the reason why you can't have signals in this spot, there are other signals just a few meters away, which we saw, which doesn't work. It's red all the time. And you don't want to have signals because traffic will slow down.
Yes, that's the feedback we have received. Even if we ask them to put a speed breaker, they will say, but ma'am, that will reduce the flow of traffic. So everybody only cares about the speed because they don't want that red color on Google Maps. That's a metric they follow. Walking people, there is no red color on Google Maps, so nobody cares about it.
Just tell me about this area and how congested it is.
Oh, it is very congested. Right across, we can see a road which was earlier a zebra crossing, which has been now barricaded with wall. So people do not have an option but to use this, because if they don't...
TCS office here.
Yes, we have TCS, we have Shantiniketan Mall, we have the best of the parks and malls that, even a Kadugodi tree park which attracts a lot of people.
As well.
Hospitals, 3 of them actually. So this is the only way you can cross to go to anybody who's on the either side of the road for a kilometer down. This is the only way to cross the road.
So perhaps the one thing we should put out here is walk at your own risk. That's the only board that needs to be there. You just saw that. It was quite scary. Madam, you just escaped. Be careful when you cross the road. There is no other option. It's not out of choice that people do this. They do it out of force. There is no other way they can get from one side of the road to the other. Bangalore has the highest amount of pedestrian deaths according to data. So this is an issue that needs to be picked up. And Devyani, are you up for a quick challenge? Shall we try crossing the road just to get a sense of what it feels like?
Let's say all the best to each other.
Let's say all the best to each other, and we will try crossing the road. Let's see, at least with the bike, people will stop. No, even then, he doesn't want to stop. So we'll have to wait, We'll have to wait. Come, let's cross. It's nothing short of an adventure sport. Actually, we should have a small counter here, put tickets for people to take an adventure sport, but this is no laughing matter. It's time we got serious about pedestrian crossings, and pavements and footpaths and make the city safe for those who walk.
Absolutely.
Because they are the ones who are having zero carbon emissions. They are the ones who are actually eco-friendly. And they are the ones who are the people on the street. It's time we make the cities safer for those who walk, whether it is Bengaluru, or whether it is Delhi, or whether it is Chennai or Mumbai.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
The weather was very bad. The situation remains very, very tense. It remains precarious and it remains dangerous. The Dharali village.
मार्ग से वहां पर हेल्प पहुंचा.
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai,
we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of
President Trump has signed an executive order imposing a steep 50% tariff on Indian imports and has in fact hinted at additional tariffs. So basically, smartphones to cars, everything is expected to become costlier. And Donald Trump doubles tariffs on India to 50%, extra 25% tariffs to come into effect 21 days from now. This is the highest that India is facing when it comes to Asia, in fact matching with Brazil at 50%. And US President Donald Trump plans to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin as early as next week, and that could be followed up by another meeting that could be taking place with Zelensky. Could a three-way meeting be taking place? That is the big question. As Trump pushes for greater domestic manufacturing in the tech sector, it's Apple that has pledged to make further investments in the United States. We're talking about to the tune of $100 billion US dollars. The death toll in Uttarkashi has risen to 6 and over 250 people are believed to be missing. Well, roads continue to be blocked and the weather continues to come in the way as far as rescue operations are concerned. 200 people so far have been evacuated. And while it is DK Shivkumar saying that it is Tejasvi Surya in a hurry to take credit and to inaugurate the metro line and to get the Prime Minister to inaugurate that metro line, it is Tejasvi Surya saying that the Congress party is deliberately delaying projects. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you. But let's begin with Donald Trump, who's announced that sweeping new secondary tariffs will impact any country still trading with Russia if a ceasefire with Ukraine is not agreed upon. Now, this is Trump, of course, threatening secondary sanctions. We're talking about further tariffs over and above the secondary tariff that he announced just yesterday in the evening. This morning, there's been a change in that figure as well, and that could go up even higher. What does this really mean? It means that everything could get even more costlier, from smartphones to cars. Now, in this tariff ranking, as of now, India is matching with Brazil at the top with 50%, the highest as far as Asia is concerned, followed by Switzerland at 39%, Canada and Iraq at 35%, and China at 30%. India called the decision unfair, unjustified, and absolutely unreasonable, accusing the United States of selectively targeting India for the actions that are in fact being undertaken by several other countries, including US allies. We're talking about zero tariffs when it comes to EU that has bought Russian oil as well. So that sticky point as far as Russian oil is concerned is going to be costing a lot when it comes to India, and particularly the exporters here back home.
You know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff. Okay.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance, buys more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions.
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
Now, Donald Trump there also suggesting that China could be the next, country that's going to be targeted of a steep new tariff similar to that that's already been imposed on India. While China now has that 90-day window, we're talking about, when asked about Beijing, that could be facing penalties as well. Because do remember that China's, importing more Russian oil than India is. Let's listen in to how Donald Trump is reacting to that.
China is facing potential secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Them having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
Well, before that announcement, China could be next in line is what Donald Trump is implying. We have Arjun, my colleague, joining us to get us the very latest as far as the latest developments in this regard particularly. Arjun, take us through, what does this really mean for India? 50% tariffs, the highest in Asia. Take us through the other countries, particularly Brazil, that's tied with India at 50%.
Well, in the latest hour, Donald Trump has signaled penalties for foreign companies or foreign countries, essentially, that continue to import oil and other goods from Russia. Now, this could further escalate global trade tensions, strain supply chains, and also pressure U.S. allies to fall in line. At least that's what Washington is looking at. Now, moving on to Trump's 100% tariff announcement. There you have it, 100% tariff announcement on imported semiconductor chips. Now, this tariff effectively doubles the cost of foreign-made chips entering the U.S. It's a bold move, in fact, to curb China's tech influence and also revive domestic production, American domestic production that is. Meanwhile, Apple has also shifted a part of its supply chain back to the US amid rising import barriers. Now, the tech giant also aims to future-proof its products and also align with Trump's new trade policy. To that end, the company has in fact increased its US investment to $600 billion from the originally pledged $500 billion. The announcement of this investment only coming a few hours as Tim Cook was in the Oval Office with Donald Trump. Meanwhile, as tariffs are rising, foreign companies are also under pressure and global trade tensions are on the edge of escalation once again after this another unexpected Trump announcement. Back to you.
So much, Arjun, for getting us all the very latest. And when we're talking about, basically Donald Trump threatening India of what could really be happening in 3 weeks' time from now, Sakshi taking us through how India is the worst hit. Listen in.
Remember that friend who's sweet to your face but is behind your back talking everything that is, of course, negative? Well, US President Donald Trump is doing just that. Economists believe he has blindsided India, and India now is paying the highest tariff in Asia. With this tariff move, India is at 50% rate. That is way above China's 30%, Bangladesh is 20%, Sri Lanka's 20%, Vietnam's 20%, Pakistan's 19%, Cambodia's 19%, Japan at 15%, Saudi Arabia at 10%, and UAE at 10%. Now, experts believe that, look, so far the move has been to shock the system altogether, then sit down for negotiations with nations, and then crack a deal. With the US delegation arriving in India on August 25th, the spotlight really is on whether a deal will be cracked, whether there will be some sort of agreement really as far as the sticking points are concerned, especially with regards to agriculture and dairy products. But for now, India is clearly that friend that is being hurt the most in this whole tariff war.
And let's just talk about, how this is panning out for within the United States. Apple will be investing an additional $100 billion in US manufacturing. And this is an announcement that's been made by Donald Trump alongside Tim Cook, the CEO of the tech giant. Now, this is, of course, coming about after Apple had pledged earlier this year $500 billion. So this is very important here, and that is because Trump has doubled down on his tariff strategy by threatening 100% tariffs on semiconductors and chips made internationally. So, of course, this is a part of making America, make America great again. That is something that we're seeing playing out here with Tim Cook. Listen into what Donald Trump and Tim Cook had to say and the reactions coming about.
Today, Apple is announcing that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. That's $100 billion more than they were originally going to invest. And this is the largest investment Apple has ever made in America and anywhere else And it's just an honor to have you. As you know, Apple's been an investor in other countries a little bit. I won't say which ones, but a couple. And they're coming home. $600 billion. It's the biggest there is. The company is also unveiling its ambitious new American manufacturing program, which will bring factories and assembly lines across our country all roaring to life.
Earlier this year, we made our largest ever spending commitment, $500 billion to the U.S. over the next 4 years. That's already yielding results. Earlier this year, we broke ground on a new factory in Houston to make advanced AI servers. And just last month, the very first test unit rolled off that factory's line, proudly made in America. President Trump shared some kind words about that work, but he also asked us to think about what more we could commit to doing. And Mr. President, we took that challenge very seriously. I'm glad to be here with you today, and I'm very proud to say that today we're committing an additional $100 billion to the United States, bringing our total U.S. investment to $600 billion over the next 4 years.
And to know more on this, we have Jayant Krishna, Senior Fellow of Strategic and International Studies. We also have Irina Sakkoman, President of the Analysts from New York Affairs, joining us as well. Let me take my first question to Jayant first. What does this mean for Indian exporters who are having sleepless nights? So what options do they have? Because this is literally a make or break for many people doing business with the United States.
Yeah, so actually for Indian exporters to the US, it's a big blow, undoubtedly. As you know, US is the only major country with whom we have a trade surplus in favor of India. And then US happens to be our second largest trading partner. So I think a quick estimate suggests that some of the products which have been kept out, like pharmaceuticals, like smartphones and semiconductors and so on and so forth, almost 25 to 30% of the total exports that US does to US, which are around $80 billion. Would not be affected, but out of the remaining amount, at least half of it would get affected because 50% tariff is very, very huge by any reckoning. It's absurd. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, if you look at the countries with whom we compete, their tariffs are anywhere between largely, if you leave China aside, they're largely between 10% to 20%. Look at European Union, which is 15%. Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, it's 19%. UK and Japan is 10%. South Korea is 15%. Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Taiwan, they're 20% bracket. So China is the only one which has 30%. It's a death blow for at least half of our exports to the US, which does not, which is not exempted from this tariff. And because, let me tell you, no export orders have this kind of a margin that, a 50% tariff could be adjusted through price reduction and so on and so forth, even export market today operates at rather thin margins and, it will not happen. And for some of the products which still go through with 50% tariff Indian products to the US, let me tell you who faces the blow. The US consumers, for consumer products, US consumers will pay a much higher price. That's number one. Number two, some of the industrial goods that India exports to the US, the industry would revolt. So I think it's going to damage both the countries very severely. I fail to understand why this simple wisdom doesn't dawn onto President Trump. He's in his pursuit to make America great again. I think he's going all over the place, and this war is being fought. Tariff war is being fought on Twitter, on his social media handle, rather than on the negotiations. So I would still feel, because there's a huge dependence India has on the US, and also the fact that US is the highest FDI investor in India. I don't think, we can retaliate. We don't have that kind of economic lever which China has. And it also shows, let me tell you, President Trump's frustration, because US economy is so heavily dependent on the Chinese economy. Therefore, the tariff is there at 30%. They can't go beyond this, otherwise it will start hurting them. The leverage which India has is much lower, and that's a reason, because of his frustration. India has become the soft target because China, the war was actually initially between US and China. But the India has been hit because China is far too protected economically, and US has a huge dependence on China for it. I mean, look at the crude oil export that Russia does. China buys more crude oil from Russia than what India does. But what is the logic?
China imports more oil, and of course that 90-day window that China has been given, and of course we've been seeing rounds and rounds of negotiation taking place. We are so close to a deal, but here, Irina, come in at this point. There's a meeting that's coming up with Putin, and that's going to be happening as early as next week, and possibly a meeting with Zelensky as well. Could that be a game changer if there is an end in sight as far as the war between Ukraine and Russia is concerned? Could that be a game changer for India as well?
I very much doubt it. I don't think the war is going to be put on end by Trump's meeting with Putin. We have seen absolutely no signal from the Kremlin about withdrawal from Ukraine. In fact, they are continuing to advance, and the fighting continues. The attacks on civilians continue, and there hasn't been even an effort to back away from that. Moreover, the Russian media, the state media, has recently put out a genocidal message calling for the elimination of all Ukrainians, which certainly doesn't seem like a sign of negotiation or diplomacy working. If anything, these meetings will probably focus on unilateral issues, possibly trade deals between Russia and the United States, or other sorts of limited negotiations not pertaining to the larger picture. To be honest, I don't think that the Russian oil is really the real reason for the 50% tariff at India. I think that is an excuse that Trump is trying to sell to his base in the United States in order to fend off criticism of his handling of Russia, and also the fact that U.S. continues to import a huge amount of metals from Russia, which essentially are funding Russia's war in Ukraine. As we speak, in fact, U.S. and the European Union have doubled the metal consumption over the past couple of years. And U.S. is yet to sanction aluminum, for instance, that's coming from Russia. It has sanctioned some of the oligarchs, but not the metal imports themselves.
Right. Thank you so much, Irina, for breaking it down for us, and Jayant Krishna for joining us this morning. Well, with that, we have breaking news coming in at this point in time. And no tariff jitters when it comes to the Indian rupee that strengthened against the US dollar. That is what we are hearing at this point in time. In fact, the rupee has opened 5 paise stronger at 87.68 against the US dollar. It closed at 87.73 a dollar on Wednesday. The Indian rupee that hovered at that record low levels at the risk of sentiment steepened as far as President Trump's threat was concerned, and that was yesterday. The rupee slipped to its record low and closed at 22 paise weaker at 87.88 against the US dollar on the 5th of August. And even as it witnessed a mild bounce in trade, the Indian rupee appreciated by 15 paise on Wednesday to reach 87.73 against the US dollar. But today we're seeing it has come up even stronger. Sakshi, my colleague, coming in to get us the latest on this. Sakshi, so we are seeing there have been no jitters when it comes to that, announcement that's been made by Donald Trump, and he continues to make those announcements from that additional 25% to secondary tariffs, and this could go up even further. We don't know what's going to really happen in the days ahead, but at least today, this morning, the Indian rupee is doing better.
Absolutely. A stronger opening for the Indian rupee. No tariff jitters there very, very clearly as far as the rupee opening is concerned. The rupee opening stronger at 87.68 to the dollar. Remember, the dollar has witnessed overnight decline as traders are betting on more and more Fed rate cuts than previously anticipated. And the Indian stock markets, remember, earlier have also shown resilience really to, of course, Donald Trump's tariff tantrums, as it were, and latest announcements coming in as well. So the Indian rupee clearly strengthening, even though oil prices are oscillating marginally. Remember, the key determinants really as far as the rupee are concerned are, of course, how the dollar index is performing and how oil prices are doing. And both at the moment are reflecting that the Indian rupee is resilient to the tariff announcements really coming in, and jitters really that, of course, Donald Trump's latest announcements were also attempted at doing.
Right. Thank you, Sakshi, for getting us the very latest. And let's just get you reactions coming about. And Rahul Gandhi, there a change of heart and a change of stand when it comes to how Donald Trump is threatening with those tariffs. In fact, he's gone on to say that this is an economic blackmail and an attempt to bully India into an unfair trade deal. Well, let's just come back to, when we talk about the Indian rupee that has strengthened against the dollar in the last 24 hours, even though those announcements that are coming about as far as Donald Trump is concerned. First, he went on to announce additional tariffs from 25% to another additional 25% to secondary tariffs. And of course, do remember that there is a 10% tariff that he has, threatened India because of the BRICS alliance. And that is, Donald Trump there making those bizarre headlines time and again. And there we have it. Of course, India there being impacted at the moment. And there is a 3-week window at that, but at the moment, as far as the Indian rupee is concerned, it is in fact a stronger this very morning. Alex, my colleague, joining us to get us the very latest on this. Alex, take us through between yesterday and today, how does the Indian rupee stand next to the dollar?
Well, Divya, hi, morning. I'm focused more on the equity markets and the way that they've opened today. And if anything, this is lending credence to the fact that the Indian market and India as a whole is perhaps calling Trump's bluff. Because if you think about it, let me lay a little bit of context for our viewers this morning. If you think about Russian sale of oil and its contribution to the global supplies, in 2024, it accounted for 1/10, that is about 10% of global supplies, and India bought about 13 to 18% of that. So it's very clear that Russia caters to a lot of other markets as well. So really, this is more than anything else a pressure tactic amidst this ongoing conversation about trade between the US and India, and also Trump's own negotiation between Russia and Ukraine, as you and your guests this morning have pointed out. But specifically on India markets, you have the benchmark Nifty 50 that's down only about 0.33%, only about 0.3%. That's practically unchanged in the context of this supposed large, big missile on trade that has been launched by Donald Trump. So more than anything else, I think my colleague earlier today used the term cocking a snook. It is the Indian equity investor that is not too troubled by this latest tariff announcement. Of course, the broader markets are seeing a little bit of a decline. So you have the small cap index that's down about 0.9%, close to 1% or so. And you have the mid cap index that's down about 0.5%. But the benchmark, that is the Nifty 50, which is an indicator of what the Indian equity market is doing, is pretty much unchanged, largely unchanged, 0.33%. Now, if I look at the stocks where there is an impact, the stocks that you have to pay attention to are in the textile space, are in the gems and jewelry space, are in the shrimp exporting space, because these are all the sectors that export to the US at this point. And the impact is more specific to these companies than anything else. Of course, at the GDP level, at the economy level, the impact is expected to be only about 0.3 percentage points or thereabouts, even with these higher tariffs. So it's not going to be a very
standing
large
up to the bully
impact
there and
economically.
not
India's
right. Would you say this is India standing up to the bully and not buckling under pressure, at least for now?
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better at this juncture, because this is an announcement that has taken place overnight. He had threatened to do this, and he has given 3 weeks for there to be multiple things happening simultaneously. He is apparently going to be having conversations with Russia. India is going to be having conversations with China, because another angle that we're talking about here is that if the US is pushing tariffs at everybody, and the latest announcement is also a tariff on Japan, then you have other countries that will meet and that will do trade. So you have BRICS, where he's criticized the BRICS so many times, but you'll have more trade that is taking place between these countries, including China. By the way, Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting Xi Jinping or going to China in the near future, that has probably raised Trump's hackles as well. So you could say that this is altogether threatening action by Trump, and India having a very measured response to all of this, calling it unfortunate and calling it not right, effectively.
Right, of course, this is something that was, happening since, of course, the war, before the war in Russia and Ukraine. And of course, that meeting that's coming up with Donald Trump and Putin, that's coming up as early as next week. Could that have any kind of impact, particularly when it comes not just to the markets, but also perhaps an end in sight? And that could really have an impact, a global impact when it comes to the markets at large.
That is one of the theories that is being propounded at this point, because frankly, it does not make any sense to levy this kind of tariff on India simply because it buys Russian oil. As one of your experts pointed out, it's something that has been pointed out by other people as well. The US themselves buys heavy metals from Russia. That goes into the production of nuclear energy for them. And you have other countries, including China, which is negotiating terms on a trade deal perhaps with the US that buys a large amount of oil from Russia. The European Union buys a large amount of oil and gas from Russia, among other things. And so therefore, it's not about India's buying oil from Russia. It's likely trying to put additional pressure on Russia, saying, look, I'm going to threaten your major trading partner with additional tariffs. They could divert some of their oil, which, by the way, is very easy for India to do at this point. It's only about 18%, remember, of what Russia sells to the globe. And Saudi Arabia can very easily provide the amount of oil that currently is being bought by India from Russia. So it's not very hard from India's perspective to divert that purchase of oil. The question is about the principles, and India has repeatedly said that it will do what is necessary for its national security and for the well-being of its people, and that is to currently buy oil based on market-determined factors. And everybody knows that Russian oil is currently $2 cheaper than the market price. So why shouldn't India buy oil from Russia?
Right, something that India has been doing ever since COVID times. And of course, that is something, India, like you said, has a very measured approach, and, we don't take hasty decisions. And that is something that Donald Trump is known for. We've seen how things played out between him and Elon Musk. Where does this leave us as far as ties between the US and India is concerned?
Well, that is the primary question, and this is something that a lot of people are asking as well, because in the run-up to all of the tariff announcements that took place, the expectation was that India and the US had a certain amount of camaraderie. We were talking about the bonhomie between Trump and Modi, but that hasn't panned out, and that's left a lot of people a little confused because, and there's one commentator that spoke to us not too long back, very large investment bank on the global stage, and what he said was that it's important for the US to keep India happy because in the midst of everything that's happening globally, there's one country that you cannot ignore on trade, and that is the fastest growing economy in the world, and an economy that is already heading towards the top 3 in terms of size very, very quickly. So therefore, the expectation was that the US would tread lightly in its conversations with India. That hasn't happened. And this seems to be right from Trump's book of how to strike a deal. He's playing it hard, and he's negotiating very, very hard at this point. The point is that India has not blinked yet.
And the impact that this could have, we do have a 3-week notice by Donald Trump, and that a lot could change between now and then. A lot can change in the next 3 minutes when it comes to Donald Trump. But if this was to pan out and, just to break it down as far as the sector impact is concerned, if you could break it down for us sector by sector.
Yes, I can do that. In fact, some study has gone into this, Divya. So you have, and I'll read out from the list that I have on my screen. You have shrimps, where the US share in Indian exports is about 32%, and the total payable tariff now comes in at 50%. So you can understand that the prices are going to rise very substantially. Organic chemicals, the share of US exports in India's trade is about 13%. And so therefore, the total tariff goes up to 54%. There is carpets, where the tariff goes up quite significantly as well. And it's a very large amount of our carpets that are manufactured here that go to the US, more than 58% in fact. You have apparel, and India is a major textile player in the world, as you know. As much as 34.5% of Indian exports of textiles goes to the US, and that is where the most tariffs come through. It now will stand at 64% when those additional tariffs kick in. Woven apparel also is going to be taxed, or will have a tariff at 60.3%. You have diamonds, gold and products, which is essentially gems and jewelry, where 40% of our exports go to the US, and you have a 52% tariff there. Machinery and mechanical appliances also, you have a certain amount of impact, and you have furniture, bedding, mattresses, and then you have a few other categories where you have steel, aluminium, copper, you have vehicles to a certain extent and parts. That goes up, and the vehicles will have a 26% tariff now. Sona BLW, for example, a few auto ancillary companies, so basically companies that contribute to the companies that make the automotive vehicles, are going to get impacted. And finally, petroleum products to a certain extent, not very much, a 6.9% tariff. So broadly, the ones that I've mentioned before this, but do remember that it's not necessary for all of these companies to absorb the entire impact. In all probability, they will try and pass on a large portion of it, or as much as they possibly can. So it's going to be shared between the distributors in the US and ultimately the consumer in the United States. It's not a long-term sustainable measure that Trump has taken.
Absolutely, and a lot hangs in balance, Buddy, now, and of course that deadline of 3 weeks' time, particularly for exporters, sleepless nights, and of course a lot hanging in balance. Thank you so much, Alex, for breaking it down for us early this morning. And let's just get you breaking news coming in regard to Donald Trump yet again. In fact, he has taken to his social media site, on Truth. He's gone on to talk about how this is going to be, it will be making America great again, and this is something that he's spoken about time and again, and that how money is going to be coming back, and is going to pump back as far as the United States is concerned. He's talking about billions of dollars, and it's all starting with Apple. Well, Arjun joining us to get us what is it that he's posted on his social media site.
This is what Donald Trump has posted just moments ago, and I'm quoting him here. Reciprocal tariffs take effect at midnight, which is, mind you, just a couple of minutes away from now. Billions of dollars, largely from countries that have taken advantage of the US for many years, laughing all the way, will start flowing into the USA. Now, the only thing that can stop America's greatness would be a radical left court that wants to see our country fail. It's very important. So first of all, to put things in perspective, the 25% tariffs that Trump originally imposed on India come into effect midnight today. That's another couple of minutes or less, in fact, now. Secondly, it's very important what Trump mentions here towards the end. The only thing that can stop America's greatness would be a radical left court that wants to see our country fail. Now, the court he's talking about is the US Federal Court of Appeals, which in fact is currently hearing a case against the Trump tariffs, which was led by American businesses and around 12 Democratic states. So that's the roadblock that Trump is referring to here. Meanwhile, the additional 25% sanctions that he had imposed after these original sanctions will still, till now, as we know, will come into effect on the 27th of August. Meanwhile, the US negotiation team, the trade negotiation team, is still, as per the information we have, will be in the national capital on the 25th of August, like we have been telling our viewers. Back to you.
Right, talking about, make America great again. And of course, it's all starting with, in fact, Tim Cook there making that announcement along with Donald Trump in regard to the kind of money that's going to be pumped in by Apple itself. And this is what, he wants literally, that people should now have everything homegrown. But is America really equipped for that?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, and critics here are saying that these tariffs, or these extended tariffs and the sanctions atop these tariffs, will only make goods more expensive for the American consumers, making them spend more. It'll be an added burden on the American consumers more than anything else. That's what we're picking up as of now. Back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Arjun, for getting us all the details of Donald Trump taking to the social media site Truth, and in fact talking about making the United States great, and nothing can stop that move that he has initiated here through his reciprocal tariffs there. Arjun, let's we have been talking about the impact that this is going to have as far as India is concerned, but we do have that time frame at the moment, and there is a very crucial meeting coming up, with Putin, perhaps even with Zelensky, and all that is going to be taking place next week. Will that, have Donald Trump make another U-turn? Could this get even worse? I mean, we are hitting rock bottom here, but could this get even worse?
Well, Divya, journalistically, no one can tell. Ever since the 20th of January, since Trump took office, he's been throwing one curveball after another. We all know when he came for the second time, he said, in fact, he's going to end wars. Then the tariff claim. We've also seen that Putin has shown reluctance to meet Trump one-on-one. In fact, he's hit back. The latest of them being the nuclear rhetoric that Putin very clearly mentioned, that there is no point in this nuclear rhetoric after we got news of the US, in fact, positioning 2 nuclear submarines near Russia. So only time can tell, in this unexpected Trump 2.0 administration that is not only shaking up the global geopolitics, but now also the global economy, as we are seeing it very clearly. Back to you.
Right. Let's just keep coming back to you for more on that. And of course, Donald Trump there burning the bridges that he builds in the first place, and then talks about making America great again. But how is America going to survive without the help, without the other countries that rely so much as far as the exports are concerned, and importing goods into the United States to begin with? Well, let's just get you more news coming in. There's breaking news coming in regard to the Bengali language row that has taken place at a stadium. This is at a football stadium. This is East Bengal fans that are supporting the Bengali Bangladeshi language row. This is a symbolic protest against the alleged as far as the Bengali-speaking migrant workers in several states echoing that emotion when it comes to Kolkata's hallowed, this is the football ground. And of course, we have Ritik Mandal joining us in order to get us really what has taken place here. Get us the details of this row that is playing out at this very famous Kolkata football stadium.
Well, good morning. A symbolic protest that against the alleged atrocities against Bengali-speaking migrants at different states in the state, in the country. Now it has been echoed at a football stadium during a match yesterday at Kolkata Salt Lake Stadium, and when the fans of East Bengal clubs, displayed a tifo and which was written in Bengali, and that highlighting this fact how this Bengali language and its aspitas being targeted. And I read that particular Bengali tifo that Bharat স্বাধীন করতে সেদিন পড়েছিলাম ফাঁসি মায়ের ভাষায় বলছি বলে আজকে বাংলাদেশি. That transcript, I was hanged that day to liberate India, but today I am being labeled as Bangladeshi because I speak my mother tongue. So that can be considered as a very significant statement, because you do understand that these kind of tifos are being used during football matches worldwide to give a political statement. And let me also tell you that before 2021 elections, during a derby match between East Bengal and Mohun Bagan in 2020, some such tifos were displayed by the fans of East Bengal club against the NRC. So that also triggered a row. And why this is very significant, because people who knows Kolkata, they very well understand that how the football is connected with the the ethos of Bengalis. And this is Bengal club, the century-old club, and its politics is hovering around this football as well. And most of the supporters, they trace their roots in nowadays Bangladesh, and mostly they are the refugees. And this particular club was built over the partitions also. And so this is a political statement, what the most poll pundits are telling, because such tifos are usually being used worldwide during matches, be it football or cricket, to send out a message to all political spectrums. Now these people are loudly speaking against the atrocities against Bengali-speaking migrants, mostly in multiple BJP ruled state. So we do understand that this is going to be a political flashpoint between BJP and TMC. Amidst this situation, this row over Bengali language is on in the state of West Bengal, and the state is heading towards election pack year, which is scheduled to take place next year. Back to you.
Right, Ritik, getting us all the very latest on this. Of course, we are seeing that row that is now even transcending when it comes to sports, and the kind of protests we are seeing there and the supporters there of the Bengali language. And of course, take us through, the war of words that we see playing out, particularly when it comes to the opposition.
Well, definitely. Remember that the TMC nowadays, they have, the narrative before this election are surrounded over this Bengali Asmita issue. Now, TMC, the ruling dispensation over here, they are gearing up for the assembly election with this thing that how the Bengali and its Asmita being targeted allegedly by BJP. Remember, yesterday, also, the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee held a rally against this alleged atrocities against Bengali language in Jhargram. So, what we are given to understand during multiple crucial meetings or the in-house meeting, be it Mamata Banerjee or Abhishek Banerjee, time and again stated or directed its party man and leadership to highlight this thing that how Bengali language and Bengalis are being targeted, are being cornered, being detained in several states. So what we do understand, and BJP on the other hand, they are trying to allege TMC. They're saying that only TMC is trying to save their own vote bank, which they claim most largely considered as Bangladeshi immigrants and Bangladeshi trespassers in this part of the country. So, which is why BJP is saying that they are fighting for a fair election, and they want to contribute to election commission to conduct a fair election in the state of West Bengal, which has gone for a toss for several years also. The bloodshed during elections are pretty much common in Bengal elections. So another flashpoint over this Bengali language row has emerged during a football match yesterday here in Kolkata. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Ritik, for getting us those very details. Breaking news coming in at the moment. And let's get you breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. The man accused of murdering a 57-year-old special sub-inspector of police has been shot dead by the police in an encounter that's taken place. The cop was hacked to death while on duty on Tuesday. He was trying to break up this dispute that was taking place between a father and his two sons, and this was at a private farm. Upon receiving information about that drunken brawl between the man and his two sons. Do remember that this was on a politician's, farmhouse. This was, in fact, to get more details, we have Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, take us through the details of this case and the man who was responsible for hacking to death that special, we're talking about the special sub-inspector of police has now been killed, and that too in an encounter. What details do you have for us?
That's right, Divya. Police have shot dead Manikandan, one of the three accused in the murder of the SI Shanmugavel yesterday at Tirupur. Police claim that when a police force led by a sub-inspector of police, Saravanan, took this accused to recover the weapon used to kill the other inspector, the accused allegedly used that weapon and attacked this sub-inspector. He was also injured, and as a mark of self-defense, police claim he opened fire and killed Manikandan. As we speak now, Saravanan, the injured sub-inspector, is now being treated. This happened when Shanmugavel, the SI who was hacked to death on the day before, had gone to a private estate following a distress call that an old man is being attacked brutally by his two sons. This sub-inspector had managed to intervene, stop the clashes, and when he tried to summon an ambulance to help the old man injured to be taken to the hospital, the men chased him and hacked him to death. It's in this context this operation was done to recover the weapon used, which is a crucial piece of evidence. But as he tried to attack the sub-inspector, they've opened fire. But this will certainly come under criticism because human rights activists will point out that yet again, in another case of police encounter, an accused has been killed, and the police say this will certainly be open to judicial scrutiny, and they are open for that. But so far, 2 have surrendered. The search is on for one more person who was part of that killing of the sub-inspector of police. And this has also come under attack by the opposition, saying that this is yet another indication of declining law and order in Tamil Nadu, which so far the police and the ruling DMK have not responded to. Although in the recent past they have claimed these are stray incidents, and even according to the data by the central government, the crime in the state is on the decline, they claim.
Right, thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details. With that, slipping into a short break, back with a whole lot more on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
जय जवान जय जवान।
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kahuna Pyare, this is the film that has got 2 superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these 2 that you know that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. Then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song, add a Punjabi song. All these trappings were not there in this film. They were like, just go there and make your film. Do this script. We love this script and make it honestly. And I think the minute that happened, a filmmaker I could just spread my wings and just go out, not worrying about a few. I think when you do that, you get a little more fearless, and then that's what got picked up.
It is President Donald Trump that has hinted at more secondary sanctions that could be imposed shortly after the US President announced that additional 25%, taking that total to 50%. That is the reciprocal tariff that India will have to pay for exporting goods to the United States. So Donald Trump doubling down the tariff on India to 50%, extra 25% comes into effect 21 days from now. India faces the highest tariffs in Asia, tying up with Brazil at 50%. Trump plans to meet Putin as early as next week, and there could be a three-way meeting that could be taking place with Zelensky in the mix, and that could be following that meeting of Donald Trump with Putin in person. And it's Donald Trump's pressure tactics that will now be extracting $100 billion by Apple. This is a pledge that has been made. Donald Trump there pushing for greater domestic manufacturing in the tech sector and threatening companies with steep tariffs if they continue to do businesses abroad.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest as far as rescue operations are concerned. 200 people so far have been rescued from the flash flood ravaged area in Uttarkashi. And now, this is after many roads have been blocked and rescue operations are hampered in certain parts and certain areas. 200 people finally have been rescued, but 250 people continue to be missing. The death toll has increased to 6. A massive rescue operation is underway amid bad weather. The Indian Army has launched a full-scale disaster relief operation, deploying over 225 personnel, including combat engineers, radar units, as well as dog squads as well. Rescue teams are in fact multiple from the ITBP to the NDRF, as well as the BRO and the SDRF are also on the ground. However, the region has been battered by relentless rain over the past 48 hours, and making matters worse is the forecast by the Met Office that more is expected at least till Sunday.
इस वक्त हम गंगनानी की तरफ जा रहे हैं और हम कोशिश करेंगे कि आगे जहां पर ये आपदा आई है धराली गांव में वहां तक जाया जा सके, लेकिन कई जगह पे बड़े पैमाने पर रोड वॉश आउट हो रही है। गंगनानी की तरफ एक बड़ा पुल वहां पर पूरी तरह से वॉश आउट हो गया है। रास्ता बहुत मुश्किल है, लेकिन भटवाड़ी से गंगनानी के लिए 16 किलोमीटर का रास्ता है और ऐसे में कई जगह हम पैदल चले और कई जगह हम ऐसे टू व्हीलर का सहारा लेकर रास्ते की तरफ जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पूरी तरह से जो गाड़ियों का चलना है ना बिल्कुल बंद हो चुका है, क्योंकि कट ऑफ हो चुका है। तो ऐसे में अब आगे की तरफ जाने की कोशिश करेंगे और जहाँ पर ये आपदा हुई है उस जगह पर उम्मीद करेंगे कि सब कुछ ठीक रहा तो हम वहाँ पर जल्दी पहुँचेंगे। लेकिन जिस तरीके से वो रोड वॉश आउट है और तमाम चीज़ें वहाँ हुई है, तो ऐसे में रास्ता बेहद कठिन है और NDRF और SDRF वहाँ पर एक गंगनानी की तरफ पुल बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी रास्ता जैसे ही ठीक होगा उसके बाद वो वैली ब्रिज बनाया जाएगा। लेकिन दूसरी बात ये है कि एक वैकल्पिक रास्ता भी तैयार करने की कोशिश की जा रही है और अगर वो सक्सेस रहा तो बहुत सारे जवान और बहुत सारी रसद सड़क मार्ग के जरिए जा सकती है।
Thank you so much, Kishore, for getting us the very latest. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Let's just switch tracks now to Karnataka, and a credit war has broken out over Bengaluru's new metro line that is going to be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi. Well, it is DK Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, who has called out, well, when we talk about Bengaluru South MP, Tejasvi Surya, a boy in a hurry for inviting the Prime Minister hurriedly for the inauguration of the yellow line that's going to be taking place on Sunday. Now, political tussle has erupted over that inauguration. In fact, it is Tejasvi Surya that has gone on to say that it's the Congress party that has been delaying public projects. And we have my colleague Deepak joining us in order to get us more on this. But first, listen in to what DK Shivkumar had to say.
19 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ರೋಡು 7,610 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಈಗ ಖರ್ಚಾಗಿದೆ 31ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಪಾಪ ನಮ್ಮ MP ಇನ್ನ ಹುಡುಗ ಇನ್ನ ಅನುಭವ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದ ನಾವು ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದವರು 31ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಜುಲೈ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು 5ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೀವಿ Prime Minister 10ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಅವರು ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ
Karnataka's Congress Transport Minister Ramalingareddy states that it is they who laid the foundations for metro, forgetting that Mr. Vajpayee, then the Prime Minister of India, who dreamt of having a metro lines across all the major cities and metropolises in India. In particular, the Yellow Line project was started in 2016, wherein the foundation stone was laid by then the Prime Minister, now the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji. Central government has released all its funds on the due time. But Karnataka state government, whenever they were in power, that is Congress party was in power, has not done a justice by delaying the project by so many days or so many months by not releasing the funds appropriately.
Right, of course, when this Metro Line project has been delayed time and again, and of course the government, they're saying that there have been technical issues, which is why the project has been delayed. But here now, of course, the Congress party hitting out at Tejasvi Surya for being in a hurry in order to inaugurate the Metro Line, and this is the Yellow Line that's going to be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi on the 10th of August. But of course, the BJP hitting out at the Congress party, they're saying that the delays that they've seen in this project have been deliberate by the Congress party. That is the charge that the BJP has against the ruling government in the state of Karnataka. Do remember that there are more plans in regard to the expansion when it comes to the metro services, a complete must, an hourly need, especially in the city of Bengaluru that is known for its traffic and the issues that Bengaluru has been facing. My colleague Deepak joining us in order to get us the very latest. Deepak, take us through this. We just heard that war of words play out, with both the leaders there talking about how it's been deliberate by the Congress party to delay these matters. And of course, the Congress party hitting out for that hurry to inaugurate the metro services when there have been technical issues that they're facing at the moment.
Well, it's a very big, a metro line that's opening. It's about 19 kilometers. The Yellow Line, of course, runs through the tech corridor, a very key line. And it looks like at this point in time, the political parties are completely in on it in terms of wanting to take credit. We've heard from the Deputy Chief Minister who says that this is Namma Metro. We have contributed equally. We've provided land, we've provided funds. The BJP is saying that, the Congress has always been delaying projects, especially the metro, because there are delays in land acquisition, there are delays in the funds that need to be paid from the state's end. And we've also seen, the Minister for Transport, Mr. Ramlinga Reddy, talk about how the foundation stone was laid by the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh for metro in Bengaluru. And we've seen the BJP leaders talk how, the Prime Minister's leadership has led to the expansion of metro across the country. So it's an all-out credit war. The Prime Minister, of course, inaugurates this line later this week. We'll really have to see, even as the cabinet, of course, is expected to sit in an hour from now, we could expect even more sharper reactions to flow in.
Right, Deepak, thank you so much for joining us with those details. With that, it's a wrap on this edition. News and updates will continue on the other side. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel for the latest. Thank you so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Jai Jawan! Jai Jawan!
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time to
ICICI
select?
CDSL
for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
Trump's tariffs come into effect. Trump claims billions of dollars are going to flow into the United States. He adds, no one can stop America's greatness. Markets call out Trump's tariff bluff. No tariff jitters for the Indian rupee so far. The rupee strengthens against the US dollar. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump plans to meet in person with Russian President Vladimir Putin as early as next week, as per reports. He's also likely to have a three-way meeting between Putin and Zelensky. As far as the Uttarkashi cloudburst is concerned, 6 people have died, over 250 are missing. In Uttarakhand, a massive rescue operation is currently underway amid bad weather. This as fears mount for those still trapped under the massive river of sludge that has buried scores of houses, trees and gardens. Meanwhile, a political tussle has erupted over the inauguration of Bengaluru's Yellow Line Metro, with Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar calling BJP MP Tejasvi Surya a boy in a hurry for pushing its early opening and that the Yellow Line is a joint project. The BJP has hit back, accusing the Congress of delaying public projects. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Bava, and breaking news we're tracking at the moment. While it's way past midnight in Washington and Trump's tariffs have kicked in, we now have a strong response from Prime Minister Narendra Modi regarding the whopping 50% tariffs that have been imposed on India in totality. Prime Minister Modi has said the interests of farmers are a top national priority. In fact, Mr. Modi added that India will never compromise on the interests of farmers or compromise on livestock holders and fishermen. Our Prime Minister's latest statement says, I know I'll have to pay the price for it personally, but I'm ready to do it for the farmers. This is the latest coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's stern message for the United States as they have slapped 50% tariffs on India, among the highest in the world, along with Brazil. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says he is ready to pay a personal price. In fact, he says the interests of farmers are a top national priority, and he has categorically made it clear that India will never compromise on the interests of farmers, livestock holders and fishermen. Well, to quote the Prime Minister from his latest statement, he has said, I know I'll have to pay the price for it personally, but I'm ready to do it for the farmers. Do note that as the tariff clock starts ticking, we are tracking every rupee, every barrel, and every political message behind these dollars, because this story isn't just about the economics, it's about power, it's about pressure, and also about the changing priorities in this world. Prime Minister Modi has clearly said India will never compromise on the interests of farmers, fishermen, and livestock holders, asserting that interests of farmers are a top national priority. In fact, the Prime Minister's stern message clearly adds that, and I quote, "I know I'll have to pay the price for it personally, but I'm ready to do it for the farmers." The Prime Minister has clearly said he will not compromise on farmer interests, and farmers remain their top priority. These remarks and the backdrop of the tariff tiff that is currently unfolding as cracks begin to appear between India and US ties. The Prime Minister was speaking at an event. In fact, let's just quickly go across to Vishal Vivek, who breaks down the Prime Minister's latest response for us. Vishal, take us through the latest.
The Prime Minister is clearly backing the farmers in India, which are likely to be impacted by the tariffs that have just gone into effect just moments ago. The long threatened tariffs of Trump that was first talked about on April 2nd have now actually gone into effect. Most of the countries on the planet are now affected by these tariffs, these high tariffs, which range from 5% to as much as 55 to 60%. India itself now has 50% tariffs, of which 25% has gone into effect, and the rest 25%, which was threatened last evening, that will go into effect 20 days from now. So that will have to be seen, but the effect will not only be felt in India and the rest of the world. Effect will also be felt back home in the US, because a lot of customers, a survey actually done by one of the media organizations in the US suggested that most of the customers, most of the consumers in the US are actually quite worried about what the impact of these tariffs would be, and they're bracing for impact. A lot of prices have already risen. Many multinational companies such as Adidas, Nike, Barbie maker Mattel, these all companies have gone on to say that they will be raising their prices. So that effect will be seen, and many imports are done into the US so that manufacturing of cars could be done. Those imports will now be affected because they come in from various countries such as Vietnam, Mexico, Canada, which are all facing high tariffs. So car manufacturing will also be affected, and car prices are expected to jump. So these are some of the effects that will be seen back home in the US.
Vishal, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest. My colleague Shiv Arur also joins us with the latest updates over the phone line at the moment. Shiv, Prime Minister Modi's strong response to Trump's tariff bomb. He's asserting that India will never compromise on the interests of farmers.
This is perhaps the biggest message, both politically and economically speaking, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made. This is a muscle flex that was not expected, but it puts into context everything that's on the government's mind right now. You have a very volatile U.S. president who is using defamation, abuse, hypocrisy to disrespect India and try to goad it into an unfair trade deal. India has responded twice by pointing out American hypocrisy when it comes to the purchase of Russian oil. And what Prime Minister Modi does now, and remember, Prime Minister Modi is someone who has always made an opportunity out of a crisis. And these are the first signs of just what a master he is at that. In Parliament, he says the rights of farmers, the identity of farmers, and the lives of farmers will always be protected. It is an incredible national message to the people of India, but much bigger than that is a message to Trump and to the United States at a time when access to the Indian markets, especially the agriculture and farm markets, is being sought by American companies. And here is Prime Minister Modi making an incredible political opportunity out of this India-America crisis by saying the rights of farmers will be protected at all costs. It's a signal to Trump saying, you can flex all you want, you can goad us all you want. And Prime Minister very importantly saying he's ready to pay a personal price. That is no small thing to say for a Prime Minister. Remember that Modi and Trump have always shared a very close personal bonhomie. But here you've got Modi saying, I am ready to pay a personal price on behalf of farmers, if it means resisting Trump's demands of India at this time as far as the trade deal is concerned. So this is also a sign, Parmeshwar, that relations between the two countries in the backdrop of this tariff tyranny is in steady deterioration. With no real end in sight. This can be seen as an escalation as well. This is also a clear articulation from the Indian side that we are not stepping back even for a moment. None of the demands being made by Trump are going to be conceded at this point of time. And this is Modi signaling that basically game on, and the ball is back in Trump's court now.
As always, Shiv, thank you so much for breaking down the latest developments for us. Let's also go across to my colleague Prashant, who's live at the moment. Prashant, as Trump signals secondary actions after hitting India with 50% tariffs, now Prime Minister Modi says he's in fact ready to pay the price personally?
That's right. It's an open secret now that, while the trade talks between India and US are still on, United States of America wants India to open its agriculture and dairy sector for American companies. And this is where the talks stuck also, because India is not ready to budge on these issues. And now Prime Minister has made it very clear that the farmers are his government's topmost priority, and that he will not going to compromise on this. So it's a signal to the United States also, and the trade talks which is going to resume after some time now in this month only. So it's a signal to the United States that these are the two sectors, agriculture and dairy sector, that India is not ready to compromise on, and they are sticking to its stand.
Right. Meanwhile, Prashant, is there any indication that India is likely to change its Russian oil policy under US pressure?
Well, so far India has made it very clear. You must have seen the statement from Ministry of External Affairs. In fact, it is throwing the ball in the European Union and other countries' court by saying that even European Union and other countries are buying Russian energy, like Russian gas, for its needs. So India has made it very clear that it is they are purchasing Russian oil out of to safeguard the interest of 1.4 billion people in India. So so far India has not shown any sign that they are going to stop purchasing Russian oil. The irony is that the Russian oil is not sanctioned. The only cap is the price cap, which has been imposed on the purchase of Russian oil. So India is doing everything legally. So there is no point, there is no question of India stopping the purchase of Russian oil. And so they have not shown any signs so far as of now.
Prashant, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest lowdown. In fact, we've lined up a crucial reaction from Prime Minister Modi for you regarding farmers. Listen in.
साथियों, हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है। किसानों की आय बढ़ाना, खेती पर खर्च कम करना, आय के नए स्रोत बनाना, इन लक्ष्यों पर हम लगातार काम कर रहे हैं।
My colleague Maria Shakil joins us over the phone line at the moment with a quick update. Maria, any domestic political reactions yet to Prime Minister Modi's "I'll pay the price" remark?
Look, the Prime Minister has set the red line here, and it's a strong statement and it could not have been spoken on a better platform. He has chosen the day, he has chosen the time to send this message that in a labor-intensive agriculture sector such as ours, he has given an indication what really is the sticking point in this ongoing trade talk between India and United States. The fact is that this has been a sticking point. And India will not be bogged down, will not kowtow to the threat that is coming in from the United States, is the message that is coming in from the Prime Minister. And then he has gone on to say that he's ready to pay that personal price if the need be in order to protect the interests of the farmers, the fisheries sector, because these are important sectors. New Delhi so far, let's be clear, Sparma, has shielded this sector because this is almost like 40% of the workforce is engaged in the farming activities, and it's a very, very, crucial because India is, of course, the world's most populous nation as well. So having said that, I think the message that is coming in from the Prime Minister this morning is that the trade talks and the constant threat that is coming in from America on one hand, but when it is about the interests of the farmers, India puts it really top on its agenda. And if the U.S. actually imposes those high tariffs on Indian agricultural exports, which is like the rice, the spices, the fruits and the tea, it will also become more expensive for the American buyers. I mean, that's also the other side of it. And the lower the prices for the Indian farmers due to surplus in the domestic market, I mean, the larger concerns of Indian farmers will be addressed. And that's the message that is coming in. India so far has maintained that despite the global supply chains, volatility and how the global supply chains have been working in an unpredictable manner, India has protected its farmers. And now again, the reiteration that is coming in from the Prime Minister is that if the U.S. targets sectors like the Indian agriculture, like the chemicals or the machinery, the cost of imported fertilizers, pesticides and farm equipment can go up. And this will eat into the benefits of the marginal, the small and the marginal farmers. And the Prime Minister is saying clearly and categorically that he will ensure that the interests, that they will not bear the brunt, and that he will try and negotiate in best possible way. And even if it comes at a personal cost, I think that personal cost will open a room for a lot of speculation. But certainly it sends a strong message of a strong leadership and a strong political will, which is coming right from the top.
Maria, thanks so much for joining us with that update. Do stay on with us. We have national spokesperson of the BJP, Tom Varakan, over the phone line currently. Mr. Varakan, thank you so much for your time. As Trump signaled secondary sanctions after hitting India with that 50% tariff, Prime Minister Modi has said he is ready to pay the price personally. He's also prioritized farmers' needs. Your first reaction?
Well, the farmers' needs have always been the priority of our Prime Minister Modi ji. And especially, he's also mentioned the fisheries and other sensitive sectors connected with agriculture. So there's going to be no compromise, as he said very clearly, on these sectors. India first, and our farmers are top priority. Opposition has built up a narrative saying that about the economy and what else. But here is the reality. Who is the friend of the farmer? Who is protecting the farmer? These are realities that the opposition must realize. And our Prime Minister rightfully puts India first. And he is also sad that he may have to pay a high price. But the high price is not important, as the Prime Minister says, as far as India's interest goes. And protecting India's interest is the highest priority the Prime Minister of India has given. And I think this is the first step what the Prime Minister has said. And let us see what happens, because U.S. situation is mercurial. Today they say something, tomorrow is going to be another day. We are positive that U.S. understands our position. This is not about ideological positioning. This is about pure trade, and each country will look after its own interests. And India is rightfully doing what it has to do.
Okay, Mr. Varakan, how is the government then balancing strategic autonomy with the risk of economic isolation from Western markets?
See, West is only one side of the globe. There's an entire market for India across the other parts. And we will tap all resources to ensure that our products are available across the other part of the globe. So West is America, and there are other countries in Europe, there are other countries in Africa, and we have good relations with all of them. And Indian goods are a priority for them, and they treat that with respect. So let's face it, India has a huge market available. And I think the U.S. consumer is going to face the music. Inflationary trends are seen in U.S. So I think there's a damage being done to the consumer in U.S. So when realization dawns, I think things will change.
As we will tap all resources to ensure that Indian products are available across the world. But Mr. Vadakkan, if global oil prices spike due to India's position, are Indian consumers and farmers eventually going to bear the cost?
See, essentially, we will source our oil from the best available prices. It is not just Russia; it could be other countries too.
Okay.
But then we will ensure that the prices are under control, because we can tap our own oil. The reservoirs of oil have been discovered in various parts of the country. That is one option. Second is we have availability of oil in different parts of the globe, and we will get the best price. And I think that should not affect our oil situation and the price, which will be available for the farmers. And I'm not worried on that count, because we see this as an opportunity to search the globe and get the best available oil. So we are not going to be, victims of the American policy. American policy has been mercurial. They are hitting their own consumers. So be it. We will, and we as a country are strong enough to get our best price from any country where there is surplus of oil.
Right. So then, Mr. Vadakkan, are you confident in saying that India is prepared for a prolonged trade standoff with the United States, especially if sanctions or tariff hikes escalate?
See, when the consumer in U.S. is hit, there will have to be a rethink in U.S. administration. So we believe that this is not going to be a long-drawn battle. When the realization dawns, and then the U.S. administration will have a rethink. So I don't think it's a long affair. The inflationary conditions that are prevailing in U.S. is extraordinary. Despite all the good news that the head of state is delivering, I think reality is, unless you have deep pockets, living in the U.S. is becoming intolerable, because the price rise is extraordinary. And the entire issue is about the U.S. consumer who is paying the price for this tariff war.
Right, before we let you go, Mr. Vadakkan, are we witnessing the end of India's post-2000 honeymoon with the United States and the beginning of a new realism in bilateral ties? What's your take?
Well, honeymoons are all supposed to be it's not a long process. The reality dawns. The ground reality differs. Ideological issues differ, and then the practical issues are economy. And when there is a tariff issue, we will face the music as it comes, and then our orchestra will play. And that tune may not suit the others, but yes, our orchestra will play, and the play will be echoed across the globe.
Right. Mr. Vadakkan, thank you so much for joining us with your views, clarifying certain crucial points for us. We'll, of course, revert to you for regular updates. But as Donald Trump signals secondary sanctions after hitting India with 50% tariffs, Prime Minister Modi has made it clear that farmers remain his priority, and he has said he is ready to pay the price personally. Just listen in to the Prime Minister's latest remarks.
साथियों, हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
My colleague Prashant has been tracking all that's happening and what's unfolding behind the scenes. He's live with us at the moment as well. Prashant, Tom Vadakan of the BJP has said that the government says we will tap all resources to ensure our products are available across the world. We've heard the Prime Minister's stern message as well. Would you say this is the boldest India has been in defying US pressure, at least in recent memory?
Well, you see, India has just concluded a free trade agreement with United Kingdom last month. You would remember, Prime Minister went to United Kingdom, and the FTA was signed. And India is also trying to explore other markets in some African nations and some countries in South Asian world. So, yes, but just Modi, apart from the signal to the United States, this is a clear message to the internal politics also, because Prime Minister has sent out message to the opposition parties also, that while the opposition parties are blaming Prime Minister for succumbing to US pressure and not taking up the issue with the United States, US President Donald Trump, Prime Minister is here. He comes out in the open and saying that he is ready to pay the personal price for taking this issue upfront and safeguarding the interest of people engaged in agriculture sector, dairy sector, and fishery sector. So this is he's trying to his statement will also raise the pitch internally also in so far as internal politics in the country is concerned. So Prime Minister, while sending a clear message to the United States, is also trying to send a clear message to its adversaries in India also.
Right. Also, Prashant, if you could just break down for our viewers, how much does India stand to lose from these tariffs versus what it gains from discounted Russian oil and the refined petroleum export market?
Well, so far as the calculation has been done so far, the US imposing tariff on India will only cost 0.02% of its GDP. So India is still counting its pros and cons on after the US announced the additional imposition of tariffs. So that's a clear fact that GDP will only lose by 0.02%. While on the other fronts, like Tom Vadakan was telling us, that India is trying to explore many new markets. As I just told you, India just finished a free trade agreement with the UK last month, and sources that have told me that India is trying to explore new markets in Africa, some new markets in Southeast Asian countries, and also they are talking to many other countries for finalizing free trade agreements so that Indian goods find new markets across the globe. So it is not only America, there's some many new markets that India is trying to explore. And so far as Russian oil is concerned, you have seen the reactions from all over the world that it is India that, by deciding to purchase Russian oil has not only safeguarded the interest of 1.4 billion people in India, it has also led to the stabilization of global energy market also. And that is why you see the comments being made by Brazil president and other heads of state from other parts of the world. So India has really played its part and trying to explore new markets so that Indian goods find new markets across the globe.
Prashant, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest. As the tariff clock starts ticking, we'll be tracking every rupee, every barrel, and every political message behind these dollars, because as I mentioned, this isn't just about economics, it's about power, pressure, and also priorities in a changing world. Right. So as you know, Prime Minister's stern message is in the interest of farmers and national priority, as he has made it clear. In fact, this is significant because Prime Minister Modi's current positioning on farmers and oil imports is the boldest we have seen in a while. But as you know, Donald Trump has posted on Truth Social saying reciprocal tariffs take effect at midnight tonight. Billions of dollars, largely for countries that have taken advantage of the US for many years, laughing all the way, will start to pay up. In fact, for the benefit of our viewers, let's just play out that reaction from Prime Minister Modi again.
अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
In fact, joining us for further clarity and for the Congress side of it, we've got Rashid Alvi on the phone line with us. Mr. Alvi, thank you so much for your time. Do you support the Prime Minister's stand on protecting farmers and national interests, even at the cost of American displeasure?
You know, at least Prime Minister has responded first time against United States. But I'm sorry to remind him, he is not going to pay heavy against. He will not pay anything. It is our country. India will have to heavily pay for this. And as far as this statement is concerned, Prime Minister should, with due respect, he should review the foreign policy. It is whatever is happening. It is because of our foreign policy is absolutely failure, and BJP government is responsible. It collapses totally. That is the reason it is happening, and no country is supporting us. Not only United States. There is no country in the whole of world which is with us. So Prime Minister should review rather to criticize anybody. And as far as farmers are concerned, totally farmers of the country are against this government, committing suicide. So who is responsible for this? So with due respect, I request Prime Minister to review foreign policy. He has visited more than 80 countries in the whole of world. But we have achieved nothing. Even our foreign minister, he has visited more than 82, 83 countries. But we have not achieved anything. So visit is doesn't mean that our foreign policy is very good. So Prime Minister and this present government should give serious thought about foreign policy.
Right. So the Congress, they're saying that the Prime Minister has responded for the first time against the United States, which is significant. But the Congress saying he is not going to pay a heavy personal price. Meanwhile, Mr. Alvi has also said that the Home Minister should review foreign policy because, in his words, Rashid Alvi of the Congress says, and I quote, "The foreign policy is an absolute failure." We are, of course, going to keep in touch with the Congress for how would they have handled this situation differently. For now, we have lost that line with Rashid Alvi. We're slipping into a very quick break. We're back in a moment with the latest updates for you. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Trump tariffs come into effect. Trump claims billions of dollars will now flow into the United States. He adds that no one can stop America's greatness. Markets call out Trump's tariff bluff. No tariff jitters for the Indian rupee so far. The rupee strengthens against the US dollar. US President Donald Trump plans to meet in person with Russian President Vladimir Putin as early as next week, as per reports. In fact, he plans to meet with Zelensky too in a three-way meeting. Meanwhile, we track all that's happening in Uttarakhand as 6 people have died in the Uttarkashi cloudburst and over 250 are missing.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बार को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
The weather was very bad. The situation remains very, very tense. It remains precarious and it remains dangerous. The Dharali village.
मार्ग से वहां पर हेल्प पहुंचा.
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
You know, that's what I think, you know, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. I mean, everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale.
Trump tariffs come into effect. Trump claims billions of dollars will now flow into America. He further adds that no one can stop America's greatness. Markets call out Trump's tariff bluff. So far, no tariff jitters for the Indian rupee as it strengthens against the US dollar. Donald Trump plans to meet in person with Russian President Vladimir Putin as well as Ukraine's President Zelensky as early as next week, as per reports. 6 people have died and over 250 are missing after the Uttarkashi cloudburst in Uttarakhand. A massive rescue operation is currently underway.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back. It's past midnight in Washington, but it may be a stormy morning for global trade. Donald Trump's tariffs have kicked in. Billions of dollars are now flowing into the United States. He claims he's actually posted this triumphantly on Truth Social. But the world is actually paying attention to who those billions are coming from, and India is squarely in the crosshairs. We break down what's behind Trump's tariff hike, why India is being penalized for buying Russian oil, and how this gamble could actually redraw energy alliances and shake the global economy. Washington's play to pressure Russia to end the Ukraine war is risky, many analysts are arguing as we speak. And if India scales back imports of Russian oil, Moscow could still gain revenue if crude prices spike. The West's worst-case scenario, as per one of the experts we are speaking to, is that Russia wins, China wins, OPEC wins, and the rest of the world loses. But is this economic statecraft or brinkmanship at its most dangerous? And what exactly is India's strategy as it faces US pressure like never before? Well, Vishal Vivek has been tracking the latest for us. He joins us live from the newsroom. Whether US is feeling the heat or not, he has all the details. Vishal, so far, is India being seen as a disruptor or a defender of its own interests in this trade standoff? Take us through the early signs and the signals from Washington and home ground, of course.
Well, the latest statement from Prime Minister Modi clearly says that India is holding its ground. That was one of the most strong statements given by PM Modi in the recent years. He has clearly stated that he is ready to pay a personal price. He is ready to go to that extent to defend the local farmers here. And the angle here is that the US wants access to the big agriculture market here. US wants its products to be available in Indian market. That's why the access is needed. And India is not giving US that access. That is one of the main focal points of this whole India-US trade war, to which India is not ready to relent. And in the same vein, PM Modi has gone on to give these recent statements. On the other side of this whole spectrum is the heat that the US consumers are expected to face owing to this US-India trade war, and also the overall tariffs that have gone into effect just about an hour ago. And so that the first thing that is to be looked at is that the US consumers are actually quite worried as to what will be the effect, long-term effect of these tariffs that have just kicked in. The prices have already risen from 2.4% to 2.7% in the year ending June. And also many multinational companies such as Adidas, Nike, Barbie maker Mattel, these are all some huge companies. They've already said that they will be raising prices of their products. Also many car manufacturers in the US assemble the cars from parts gathered from across the world, and these parts come in from countries that have high tariffs. So that will also play out. So these are some of the things that the US consumers are expected to feel the heat on.
Vishal, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest. Well, a 50% whopping tariff. It remains unclear whether Donald Trump has threatened secondary sanctions solely on India meanwhile, or on other countries as well. But Trump made the fresh secondary sanction threat when he was asked why India was being singled out for its business ties with Russia, but not other countries that have been buying Russian energy. In fact, you must note that in tariff rankings, India now matches Brazil at the top with 50%, followed by Switzerland at 39%, Canada and Iraq at 35%, and China at 30%. India, as you know, has called the decision unfair and unjustified and unreasonable. Meanwhile, here's the latest reaction from the US president. Listen in.
You know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff. Okay.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance, buys more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions.
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
Breaking news coming in at the moment. The top court, the Supreme Court, has dismissed Justice Verma's plea. The Supreme Court had on July 30th reserved judgment on Justice Yashwant Verma's petition, challenging the validity of the in-house inquiry process that confirmed allegations of unaccounted cash being recovered from his official residence in New Delhi. I can confirm to you, thanks to our reporters sending us confirmation regarding the fact that the Supreme Court has dismissed Justice Verma's plea. The Supreme Court says that this plea is not worth entertaining. So the plea has been rejected. We are, of course, waiting for our legal correspondent to join us with further clarity on the matter, but the Supreme Court has indeed dismissed Justice Verma's plea, adding that the plea is not worth entertaining. The Supreme Court has rejected Justice Yashwant Verma's writ petition challenging the in-house inquiry report which indicted him in the unaccounted cash row and CGI's recommendation for removal. This was decided by a bench of Justices Dipankar Datta and Justice A.G. Masi. The first point they've noted is his conduct did not inspire confidence. This is what the Supreme Court has clearly said, adding that the procedure adopted by CGI has legal sanction and is constitutional. The breaking news we're tracking at the moment, the Supreme Court has indeed dismissed Justice Verma's plea, adding that the conduct did not inspire any confidence. This is what we're tracking on NDTV at the moment. The Supreme Court rejecting Justice Verma's plea. Do remember, this writ petition challenged the in-house inquiry report which indicted him in the unaccounted cash row. Nupur Dogra has been tracking the latest for us. She joins us live at the moment. Nupur, take us through the latest developments.
Well, in a big development, the Supreme Court in fact rejected the petition filed by Justice Yashwant Verma. The court found that none of his arguments had any grounds, and it also said that the procedure adopted by the Chief Justice of India was indeed legal sanction and was in fact has found its place in the Constitution. It is a big setback for Justice Yashwant Verma from the Supreme Court, and in fact the Supreme Court has observed in its verdict that the conduct by Justice Yashwant Verma did not inspire any confidence, and if he had any problem with the procedure being adopted by the then CGI Sanjeev Khanna, he should have objected then and there only. So this is in fact a very big setback for Justice Yashwant Verma. Whereas relief from the Supreme Court is concerned, he has got none.
Right. So clearly, Nupur, the Supreme Court has said that the procedure by the ex-CGI has legal sanction while dismissing this plea?
Yes, of course. This is in fact a stand taken by the bench headed by Justice Dipankar Datta of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that there was a complete legal sanction and there is nothing violative of the Constitution in the procedure that has been adopted by the Chief Justice of India.
Right, we're just reconnecting with Nupur Dogra for the latest. But the Supreme Court has rejected Justice Yashwant Verma's writ petition challenging the in-house inquiry report which indicted him in the unaccounted cash row and CGI's recommendation for removal. The bench, led by Justices Dipankar Datta and Justice A.G. Masi, have clearly said that his conduct did not inspire confidence. The Supreme Court has added that the procedure adopted by the CGI has legal sanction and is constitutional. Earlier, a bench comprising Justice Dipankar Datta and A.G. Masi had heard Justice Verma's plea that the Supreme Court's in-house inquiry mechanism functions as a parallel extra-constitutional process through which the judiciary has encroached upon Parliament's exclusive authority to remove judges. But now the Supreme Court has come out and rejected Justice Yashwant Verma's writ petition challenging the in-house inquiry report which indicted him in the unaccounted cash row and CGI's recommendation for removal too. The Supreme Court, in its latest remarks, has said that this plea is not worth entertaining, so the plea has been rejected. But Justice Verma had challenged the probe findings, if you remember correctly. The Supreme Court, though, has grilled the cash row judge. The judge had challenged the in-house probe by 3 High Court judges. The High Court probe had indicted Mr. Verma in the cash row. And now a huge blow, a huge setback to Justice Verma, as the Supreme Court has rejected the writ petition challenging the in-house inquiry report which indicted him in the unaccounted cash row and CGI's recommendation for removal. Right. For a quick comment, we have senior lawyer of the Supreme Court, Majid Memon, joining us over the phone line. So we're given to understand this is a big blow for Justice Verma in this cash row, as the Supreme Court has clearly rejected Justice Yashwant Verma's writ petition challenging the in-house inquiry report. Your first reaction?
This attempt on the part of Justice Verma himself of having moved Supreme Court is only adding to the disgrace, to shameful, act on his part to have approached Supreme Court with all kinds of contentions raised therein. As a matter of fact, he must know that he could have quietly put in his papers and disappeared. That would have been at least saved some grace as far as his career is concerned. Now that he knows, the whole country knows, that even impeachment petitions are ready, both in Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha, then what is he trying to impress upon by approaching Supreme Court? He ought to have been advised by his advocates, whoever is advising him, not to have persisted and faced this kind of disgrace that Supreme Court also throws out his petition. It's very sad. I'm afraid earlier the whole version, whole story, whole happening of relating to Verma is forgotten, is better for everybody.
So what legal recourse, if any, does Justice Verma now have following this verdict?
No, Justice Verma has absolutely no legal recourse. You see, he would be before the Parliament now. Steps have already the last 2 weeks that even the Vice President himself has become a casualty because of political confrontation between opposition and ruling party. The opposition already got moved an impeachment petition which was admitted by the Vice President, which has caused a lot of anguish, and then he had to go. So even in Lok Sabha, the MPs have already signed a certain petition which is going to be taken up. And once the voting takes place, and if it is against him, it would be a matter of disgrace.
All right. And so also, what does this verdict signal about the judiciary's approach as far as internal accountability is concerned?
You see, internal accountability, when the committee was constituted and it has given its report, which does not seem to be favoring Verma, he ought to have silently put in his paper and should have disappeared to at least save some grace. But he has chosen, unfortunately, to approach Supreme Court to expose himself much more. And then now I think this kind of a rejection by Supreme Court of his petition is only adding to humiliation for a High Court judge.
Right. And so as we wrap, would you say that this sets a precedent for dealing with future allegations against sitting judges outside of impeachment?
You see, I'm sorry to say that what has happened, that discovery of such huge money from his residence, itself was extremely shameful. And it was very difficult to save face of administration of justice. And therefore, this chapter ought to have been closed there and then itself, and the man should have quietly been asked to, should have been given by marching orders. But unfortunately, he persisted, denied this, and then wanted to defend himself. I don't know who is advising him, but all the same, now the impeachment petition, of course, would be now taken up by the houses. But unfortunately, the history of our country is that in the last 75 years, at least three or four attempts were made to impeach a judge. But all those impeachment proceedings failed. I think this time there is overwhelming support against him. So if this impeachment petition is taken up in the House, I don't think it would fail, and this would be the first case where a judge would be impeached.
Also, Mr. Memon, should there now be a push for clearer codified mechanisms for disciplining judges beyond the current in-house model?
Yeah, our experience has been that unfortunately the credibility of our administration of justice has substantially diminished. People have shaken, their faith is shaken by such incidents like this Justice Verma's case. You see, people must have 100% faith in the judges. The judges must appear to be above all temptations of political interest or about monetary interest or anything of that kind. And it is only then that the administration of justice would be discharging its duty, what is expected under the Constitution and under our democracy.
Right. Majid Memon, thank you so much, as always, for your time, joining us with your latest thoughts on the current matter that's unfolding. We also have Sanjay Hegde, senior lawyer, over the phone line at the moment. Mr. Hegde, thank you so much for your time. The Supreme Court has clearly said that Mr. Verma's conduct did not inspire confidence. Legally speaking, how much weight does this language carry, and what's your first reaction to the Supreme Court's verdict?
Well, the petition had challenged the earlier in-house inquiry, and the relief sought was that there should be no proceedings, especially in Parliament, based on that in-house inquiry or the recommendation made thereon. That has been rejected. However, whatever has been said in the course of rejecting it does not affect the matter one way or the other. Parliament is free to take an independent decision, and Parliament may or may not proceed based on the inquiry or on its own motion. So I do not think that the matter has advanced much or it has regressed much with this.
Would you say this case exposes an institutional turf war between the judiciary and the Parliament?
No, not necessarily, because here is an individual judge against whom the judiciary itself has recommended an impeachment. That individual judge challenged the administrative actions of the judiciary on its judicial side. The judicial challenge has also failed. So here at least Parliament is acting in tandem with what the collegium and the senior members of the judiciary have wanted.
Right, sir. Mr. Hegde, as we wrap, would you argue that this opens the door for more assertive judicial self-regulation, or would you argue that it risks being perceived as opaque and insular?
Judicial self-regulation has always been there, and in fact it was part of judicial self-regulation that the inquiry was conducted and that most of the findings of the inquiry report have been put out in the public domain. I've never seen the judiciary this transparent. In fact, there are also news reports that senior members of the judiciary did not think that much transparency was called for, particularly when it came to prejudicing the case of the individual judge. Now the Parliament will proceed from here.
Well, let's see how this unfolds. We are, of course, waiting for details of the verdict from our legal correspondent, Nupur Dogra. But thank you so much, Mr. Hegde, for making time for us and joining us on NDTV. Well, as always, the latest updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. We're slipping into a very quick break for now. Back in a moment with the latest updates for you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
And And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kaho Na Pyare,
Yeah.
this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know, that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was, all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. You know, then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song, add a Punjabi song. All these trappings were not there in this film. They were like, just go there and make your film. Do this script. We love this script and make it honestly. And I think the minute that happened, a filmmaker has I could just spread my wings and just go out, not worrying about a few. I think when you do that, you get a little more fearless, and then that's what got picked up by people. So I cast appropriate for the film. I didn't cast thinking. I cast what felt right.
You were saying that you are going to say no to him.
Yeah. But that's his fault. Huh? He was now you see, now that we can talk about the film, Krish Kapoor cannot be a timid, sweet boy.
Yes,
sir, how are you, sir?
Last time we spoke.
Yeah, and I was like, what is this guy? He was a sweet boy. And then I was,
The Supreme Court dismisses Justice Verma's plea. The Judge Kash Rao, in which now the plea has been rejected by the Supreme Court. And it is Donald Trump's tariffs that will be coming into effect, and billions of dollars will be flowing back into the United States. That is what Donald Trump has gone on to say, and no one can really stop America's greatness. And it is, in fact, Donald Trump who's planning to have a meeting with Putin, and that is expected as early as next week. And there could be a following meeting that could be taking place with Zelensky. The door is open, and it could perhaps be a three-way meeting that could be taking place as soon as next week. 6 people have died. That death toll in Uttarkashi's tragedy has gone up to 6, and over 250 people are missing. But at the same time, as rescue operations are hampered due to roads that have been blocked by boulders, we have at least 200 people who have been evacuated from the area. And a credit war over a new Bengaluru metro line. We're talking about that yellow line that will be inaugurated by the Prime Minister on the 10th of August. It is Karnataka government there saying that the BJP is taking undue credit here, and the BJP hitting back saying that the project was delayed by the Congress party. Let's get to your top story. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vava. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the Supreme Court. They're dismissing Justice Verma's plea. This is a plea not worth entertaining, is what was said by the Supreme Court while dismissing that plea, challenging the in-house inquiry report that recommended Justice Verma's removal after a large amount of cash was found at his residence earlier this year. The Supreme Court dismissing that petition filed by the Allahabad High Court Justice Yashwant Verma, challenging the in-house inquiry report which indicting him in the case at home. This is the cash that was found at his residence during Holi. Do remember there was a fire that broke out. He wasn't at home at the time, but when the fire department reached there, when there were people attending to that issue, they found lots of money at his residence. So this is a plea that was taken up by the Supreme Court and has been dismissed, as well as the then Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna's recommendation made to the President and the Prime Minister for Justice Verma's removal. So that was a plea that came up in the Supreme Court that was categorically dismissed on the grounds that it was not even worth entertaining. So a big setback when it comes to Justice Verma, with the court there dismissing his plea in the cash Hall Rao, and we're talking about the Supreme Court there dismissing the petition by the Allahabad High Court judge. We're talking about Justice Verma challenging that in-house inquiry which indicted him in the case. This was the cash that was found at his residence during Holi. The verdict paves way for the Parliament to quicken the impeachment proceedings against the judge, who had also challenged the Chief Justice, the then Chief Justice's recommendation to the President to remove him. Importantly, a bench of justices held the constitution of the in-house committee that the inquiry, as far as the procedure is concerned, followed by it was not illegal. The Chief Justice of India and the in-house committee scrupulously followed the process, except uploading photos and videos, and we have said that it was not required, but nothing turned on it because you did not challenge it then, is what has been said. Now, we have held that the Chief Justice of India sending letters to the Prime Minister, the President, was not unconstitutional, and we have made certain observations where we have kept it open for you to raise proceedings if needed in the future, is what the Supreme Court has gone on to add. Well, you know, the grounds on which they have rejected this plea is that it wasn't worth entertaining. That is what has been said. So this is a huge setback when it comes to Justice Verma. Do remember that this was Holi. There was a fire that broke out at his residence, and that is why people from the fire department were there, and that's when they recovered a huge stash of money. There was a lot of money that was recovered. Justice Verma there, you know, completely playing ignorant there, saying that he wasn't in the know-how how that kind of money reached his residence. This was a room which was, you know, on the outside where all this kind of money was stored, and he, of course, trying to claim that he had very little to do with what was really found at his residence during Holi. He wasn't even at home at the time. And of course, Nupur joining us to get us what really has happened in the Supreme Court. Well, a case not worth entertaining is what the Supreme Court has gone on to say while dismissing the case altogether. And what does this really mean going forward, Nupur?
Well, yes, in fact, this is in fact a big setback for Justice Verma from the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court has not only rejected his entire case against the procedure adopted by the then CJI Sanjeev Khanna, but has also raised questions on his conduct. The Supreme Court has bench headed by Justice Dipankar Datta and comprising Justice A.G. Masih have in fact went on to say that Justice Verma's conduct did not inspire much confidence, and that's why they were not at very first inclined to even entertain this petition.
Of course, you know, basically, of course, it was Kapil Sibal and Mukul Rohatgi, you know, that were in fact raising all these objections. And of course, Nupur, take us through what is it that the Supreme Court has gone on to say, and what options are basically left for Justice Verma?
Well, the Supreme Court has went on to frame 6 questions, and in all 6 questions, the verdict has in fact went against Justice Yashwant Verma, and the Supreme Court has, however, said that his further legal options would be open to him, but the next step would be in Parliament, and whatever the decision is by the Parliament, will Justice Verma would have an option to challenge that in courts later on.
So the central government there reportedly planning to bring an impeachment motion in a Parliament to remove Justice Verma from office. In fact, we have Ashish Bhargava also joining us in order to get us the very latest on this. You know, a huge setback as we have been discussing, but what options are left, and what does this mean for Justice Verma going forward?
Yeah, see, as Justice Verma has left no legal option as of now. Now he has to appear before the committee. If Parliament has decided to form a committee, he has to appear, because all his legal remedies are closed now. Supreme Court has clearly says he can take his stand, he can speak to the committee in future. If there is some formation of any committee, he can go and tell all his contention on this issue. But as after the Supreme Court big judgment order on Justice Yashwant Verma petition, Supreme Court has clearly set out said this writ petition can't be here. He can't. Supreme Court can't hear this writ petition, and it is not maintainable. Supreme Court will not interfere in this all, because the procedure started by the then Chief Justice of India, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, was very well in the domain of his capacity as Chief Justice of India, and it is constitutional also. Supreme Court although Supreme Court has some reservation about uploading the video and all reports in a website of Supreme Court, but Supreme Court bench just headed by Justice Dipankar Datta, also Justice Masi.
Right. Just hold on. Let's just also get in Nalin Kohli, who's joining us on the phone line. Sir, a huge setback when it comes to Justice Verma, and we've been discussing where does this leave him? What kind of options does he really have here?
Several things have become clear with today's pronouncement of the judgment by Justice Dipankar Datta and Justice Masi on Justice Yashwant Verma's petition. A, that the procedure followed by the then Chief Justice of India, Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna, was correct in letter and spirit in terms of the judgment which was laid down by the Honorable Supreme Court, the Veera Sabik judgment, and also the procedure envisaged under the Act. Second, the fact that Justice Verma chose not to present himself before the committee obviously could not have helped him if he was to challenge the entire procedure at such a belated stage. The issue per se relates to the question of a large unaccounted sum of money being discovered in his house when a fire incident is reported, and the money is large quantities in sacks. Now, the presence of such a large sum of money, unexplained, within the residence of a judge, even if it's on the outhouse, obviously calls for credible answers and explanations. Those answers and explanations were not forthcoming, and hence a mere denial was not enough. And therefore, given the video footage, given the nature of the incident, the then Chief Justice immediately constituted a committee. A report came first from the Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court. And after Justice Upadhyay gave that report, then the three-judge committee was formed with Chief Justice of Himachal Pradesh, Justice Justice Sandawalia, Justice Sheel Nagu from Chief Justice of Punjab and Haryana High Court, and Justice Sivaraman from Karnataka High Court. They all met with a large number of witnesses, followed the procedure, came with that report. Based on the report, the removal procedure or the impeachment procedure is now to be considered by Parliament, and that is pending because certain signatures have been given already. Parliament is not functioning, so the one will see how that pans out. But the judgment of today is completely on expected lines, because one would have wondered that on what basis a challenge so belatedly, in the absence of Justice Verma having participated in the inquiry proceedings, how could it have been maintainable?
Right, the court there, of course, saying that he has very little ground to stand on, and which is why they wouldn't even entertain this plea. Nalin Kohli.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for speaking with us here on NDTV. Ashish Bhargava there joining us in order to get more on this. Of course, when we're talking about no violation when it comes to the judges' fundamental rights, and of course, there has been complete compliance, and that is what is being communicated here. And the communication, in fact, is that there's been nothing unconstitutional here, and that is what the Supreme Court has gone on to say. So this is, of course, in regard to the grounds that were being raised by Kapil Sibal and Mukul Rohatgi fighting the case on the behalf of Justice Verma. Huge setback there. Well, this is in the court. They're saying that this plea will not be entertained, and that is because the Supreme Court has dismissed the petition that has been filed. In fact, Justice Verma there was challenging the in-house inquiry report in which he was indicted. That indicted him in the cash at home scandal, as well as the then Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna's recommendation that he should be removed. And so this is, of course, Ashish back with us. Ashish, take us through the details of this case. It all started on the 14th of March when this, a huge amount of money that was recovered from his residence, and of course he completely washed his hands off it, saying he was not in the know-how. He had no idea how that money reached his residence in the first place. He wasn't at home at the time. Take us through the details from then to now.
Can you speak again? Can you question again?
Yeah, just get us a background on this case from when it started to where it's reached.
Yeah, this happened in the late night of 14th March. That was Holi night. There was a fire in his official bungalow in Delhi, and the firemen and the policemen went there in the outhouse of that government bungalow, and they found some piles of cash was burnt, and they made a video also, and then this information was transferred to was given to the Police Commissioner of Delhi Police. Delhi Police Commissioner spoke to Chief Justice Justice D.K. Upadhyay of Delhi High Court, and then Delhi High Court Chief Justice told all this matter to the Chief Justice of India, Justice Sanjeev Khanna. After this, Justice Sanjeev Khanna sought a report from D.K. Upadhyay as well as the Justice Yashwant Verma. Both filed a report to CGI, and Delhi Police also has given a video of burning piles of notes in outhouse of Justice Yashwant Verma. After that, Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna decided to have a procedure of in-house inquiry as per the Ramaswamy judgment. Also, he has constituted 3 judges in-house inquiry committee for this. Also, he uploaded all the video as well as the report of D.K. Upadhyay, Chief Justice, and Justice Yashwant Verma response on the official website of Supreme Court. After that, the 3 judges committee investigate this case and file a report to Chief Justice Sanjeev Khanna and indicted Justice Yashwant Verma. After getting this report, CGI Sanjeev Khanna referred this matter, recommended his removal of motion to the President and Prime Minister of India, and this was done by the Chief Justice, and Supreme Court, the role of Supreme Court as well as CGI was stopped here. Also, CGI wrote a letter to Chief Justice Allahabad High Court to not to give any judicial work to Justice Verma till the inquiry has held. So now the ball is in Parliament's court, and from now, after this judgment by Justice Dipankar Datta and Justice A.G. Masih, the Justice Yashwant Verma has got a huge setback.
The 6
and
issues
all the legal
also raised the 6 issues that have been raised by the bench in terms of maintainability to liberty.
Yeah, because all the contention raised by by Justice Yashwant Verma as counsel, Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal was rejected by Supreme Court. Maintainability, liberty, the in-house procedure, all the 6 contingents, the 6 issues, Supreme Court has decided and said the petition filed by Justice Yashwant Verma is not maintainable. It should not be heard. Also, Supreme Court says it's not a matter of right to appear before the committee for his contention. That is not matter of right for Justice Yashwant Verma. The in-house procedure adopted by then Chief Justice of India, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, is very well in the law and not constitutional. So Supreme Court has rejected all the contention of Justice Yashwant Verma. However, the bench who has given this judgment has clearly said that the uploading of video and all reports by Chief Justice of India could have been avoided, but Justice Yashwant Verma never challenged that uploading of this video. That's why Supreme Court is not giving any judgment or any order on this. Also, they said that the conduct by Justice Yashwant Verma, the whole procedure did not inspire confidence. So they rejected all the contestation who said work for Justice Yashwant Verma. Now ball is in Parliament's court, and he has no legal option right now. Yes.
Right, of course, compliance with process is what has been really said here as well. We have Satish Manashinde joining us as well. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on NDTV. The big question being, what is the option left for Justice Verma, and where does this case go from here?
First of all, I must say that on the day when his bungalow was under fire and the currency notes were found, it was very clear that it was found in the premises under control of Justice Verma. His secretary and his staff, on the instructions of Justice Verma, destroyed evidence, and therefore in a case like this, it was a clear case of corruption, that a judge has been found with so much cash in his bungalow. He couldn't say that this premises was not under control, because the evidence recorded by the committee subsequently has proven that it was within his control, the keys were within his control. But be that as it may, the entire legal proceeding that was initiated in the Supreme Court was totally misconceived, because Justice Verma went through the entire proceedings of the committee appointed by the Supreme Court. He did not challenge the jurisdiction. He did not raise any point of objection as to how the video was circulated. It was not leaked. It was circulated on the site of the Supreme Court to say that we are conducting a transparent investigation. So I feel very apprehensive that such a large legal team of top legal experts could initiate such a misconceived proceeding before the Supreme Court and waste time of the court, particularly when the proceedings are lying directly in the Parliament, in both the houses of the Parliament.
Right, sir. Sir, what is the process to impeach a judge in India?
What is
the process to impeach a judge in India?
Well, just now, this gives a very bad taste of, protracting legal proceedings. And they should be shot down at the first initiative.
Right, so thank you so much for speaking with us here on NDTV. We also have my colleague Nupur Dogra joining us. Nupur, from the 6 issues that were raised in court, we're talking about from maintainability to liberty. Take us through those 6 issues.
Well, yes, Divya. First of all, the Supreme Court said that at the outset, the first issue was the conduct of Justice Yashwant Verma. And they said even on that only, by going the conduct of Justice Yashwant Verma, it was not inclined to hear the case at all. But since legal questions were being raised, the Supreme Court said that it went into further 5 questions. So the further 5 questions that were raised essentially by Justice Yashwant Verma were with regards to the procedure adopted by the then CGI, Justice Sanjeev Khanna, first of all, in initiating an in-house inquiry against him. Secondly, putting everything on Supreme Court website for the public to view. That included the video that was made from his premises when the cash was recovered, and all the documents of the inquiry submitted by the Delhi High Court Chief Justice. Now, this was also challenged by Justice Yashwant Verma. Thirdly, he had challenged the constitutionality of CGI's recommendation letter to the Prime Minister and the President. Now, on all these fronts, the Supreme Court said that there was only one deviation from the then Chief Justice of India, Sanjeev Khanna, that was putting everything out for public on the Supreme Court website. But the Supreme Court said that if Justice Yashwant Verma had a problem at that time, he should have challenged it then and there only, and thus it cannot go into his favor right now. The Supreme Court said that for now, all the contentions that were raised by Justice Yashwant Verma stand rejected. The Supreme Court also said that it is not commenting more, as it wants further legal options for Justice Yashwant Verma to remain open. So these were very strong observations made by the Supreme Court bench, while saying that they have refrained from going into details so that further legal options are open to him after the procedure in Parliament is completed. So the next step will be in Parliament, and it is in fact today is in fact indeed a very big setback from Justice Yashwant Verma from the Supreme Court.
Right, Nupur, it's quite a watertight case to begin with, of course, and the plea was not worth entertaining is what the Supreme Court has gone on to say. And like you did say, it's a complete setback when it comes to Justice Yashwant Verma. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, slipping into a short break, back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
जय जवान जय जवान।
Markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Tariff, and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, रबर ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है.
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against.
Supreme Court dismisses Justice Verma's plea, saying that in fact, they wouldn't entertain this plea at all, is what the Supreme Court has gone on to say. No direct link to cash stash is how Justice Verma has, in fact, gone on to take that stand. But the pro panel there said that the judge had access and control over cash as far as that cash that was found at his residence. And there we have Donald Trump there saying that tariffs will be coming into effect. In fact, he's gone on to say that all the money will be coming back to India, to the United States, and the billions of dollars, and nothing can stand in the way of making America great again. Donald Trump will be meeting with Putin, and that's going to be taking place next week. And could there be a meeting between Putin, Trump, and Zelensky is the big question. The death toll in Uttarkashi has gone up to 6. Over 250 people are still missing. 200 people so far have been evacuated due to challenges that are being faced by the rescue teams.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Modi has put forward a strong message when it comes to the United States. This after President Donald Trump has announced additional tariffs on Indian imports to the United States. Well, Prime Minister Modi has stressed that India will never compromise with the interests of its farmers and its fishermen, while knowing that he'll have to pay a price for this, and he's ready to do that for the sake of the farmers. This is the biggest reply to the Trump tantrum that we've been seeing, and of course Trump using pressure tactics there, but India not buckling under pressure, holding its ground, standing up to the bully that Trump is being at the moment. Let's listen in to Prime Minister Modi.
आज दुनिया की अर्थव्यवस्था कई आशंकाओं से गुजर रही है। अस्थिरता का माहौल है, ऐसे में दुनिया के देश अपने अपने हितों पर फोकस कर रहे हैं। साथियों, किसानों के जीवन में बदलाव के लिए, उनकी आय बढ़ाने के लिए, खेती पर होने वाला खर्च कम करने के लिए एनडीए सरकार पूरी शक्ति से काम कर रही है, पूरी ताकत लगा रही है। हम बीज से बाजार तक किसानों के साथ खड़े हैं। साथियों, हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं, व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं।
And to know more on this, we have Pooja Tripathi joining us from the Congress party. We also have with us Asif Bhamla of the BJP. Well, Pooja Tripathi, over to you first. This is Prime Minister Modi there, who is willing to pay a personal price for the sake of the farmers. How is the opposition perceiving this move of the Prime Minister, putting at stake his relationship with his good friend Donald Trump?
Divya, this is, for the first time ever in the history of 70 years of Indian Republic, President Modi does not have Nehru to blame for this disastrously dithering foreign policy. This is Prime Minister Modi is doing. When in Houston in 2019, they hosted the Namaste Trump event and Howdy Modi event, in September 2019. And there, overriding all the principles of non-alignment, Modi ji went on to announce Abki Baar Trump Sarkar, graciously endorsing Trump's candidature. Then there was this, in Ahmedabad, there was this Namaste Trump event, the gala event in Ahmedabad. And that's when MAGA and NIGA was coined together to form a mega. And that's when he goes on to his good friend goes on to give us 50% tariff. India exports somewhere around 7.5 lakh crore to US. And this would lead to a direct economic burden of 3.51 lakh crore. And that's where we are asking Modi ji, when he did not name Trump at the floor of the parliament, when he went on to say 33 times that he has brokered a ceasefire. Modi ji did not say a word when in 2024 Trump said that BRICS is dead. He was there sitting smirking.
Well,
Modi ji did not
say... Rahul Gandhi of your party has gone on to call this an economic blackmail and has completely turned around as far as, earlier standing with Donald Trump, agreeing to what he was saying in regard to dead economy when it comes to India. But here even Rahul Gandhi has changed his stand.
Of course, it's an economic blackmail because you have to stand up for your country. A 50% tariff would be a dead blow to our agriculture, our MSMEs, our pharmaceuticals, medical equipments, dairy, engineering goods, everything. We would face a direct economic burden, as I said, of 3.75 lakh crore.
Let's get a reaction from Asif Bhamla, please, if you'd react to that.
You see, let me tell you that the Honorable Prime Minister and India will certainly not be a bully. We are not meant for, we would have had good relations in the past. Relations keep changing. परिस्थितियां बदलती है, हालात बदलते। आज उन्होंने पाकिस्तान के जो है आर्मी हेड को बुलाकर गोद में बिठाया है। आज जो परिस्थिति चल रही है पूरा विश्व देख रहा है, तो हम उसके चलते हम उन पर कॉम्प्रोमाइज करें और वही परिस्थिति में रहें, तो वो बात योग्य नहीं है। Coming back to the situation, you see, the stand of the country is firm. For the US and for their interest, we will not compromise our farmers. The priority of India is definitely of utmost importance, and for this, whatever challenges, whether it's for the fishermen, it's for the dairy farmers, you see, we know that it's a very tough call, and it could cause us more. We don't know tomorrow what's going to happen.
But Asif Bhamla, India is not known to take any knee-jerk reactions, and
let me continue. I need 10 seconds more, please.
Right, please go ahead.
India is firm. India has never bent backwards ever since we've had a strong Prime Minister like Modi ji who has dealt with iron fist. Now coming back, who is America to dictate terms to us? Our agricultural interests can be the way we want to. Nobody can, you see, and if you ask me, crude oil is also something that China also deals with for Russia. That means tomorrow they're going to do that with them also.
That is what Donald Trump is threatening to do. That China
we
could
will
be next.
suffer, but we will not submit.
Right, that's what Trump has gone on to say, that China could be next in terms of those additional tariffs. But was there an option here? Could there have been a middle ground, Asif Bhamla?
You see, now it's too early to ask or even submit a middle ground. But at the behest, we have to at least ensure that we are not going to bend backward. We cannot show our India as a poor bargainer in front of the world, which it's never been. We have, and why should we? We have trust. We have our own arrangements for Make in India. We will work more. The country will exert more, but we will not submit to being a bully. And let me tell you that there are several other countries, that have taken stand in their own national interest. Unfortunately, US could choose to impose additional tariff. You see, for in a situation like this is something which is very displeasing, dismay. But it thinks that India will morally get weak by its statement that India is a failed economy. I am asking the opposition today, why are you not standing against the same Donald Trump, whom at a time when the Prime Minister praised, you went against him? Why? But why do we praise some person? Why do we praise a country or a head of its country? But times change. If his narrative towards my country, towards our Prime Minister has changed, we, whether it's the ruling or the opposition, also have to change with times. We can't afford to keep talking about the negativity of that time. We can't. You see, as a country, please, you may oppose.
If you would like to respond,
Modi, but right, at least as a country,
if it doesn't serve our national interests, is something, dynamics change and relationships change is what the BJP is saying at the moment. How would you react?
Exactly. When Modi ji says that US has always been a bully. Nixon threatened Indira Gandhi with the threatening attitude of sending 7th Fleet. There was nuclear sanctions in 1998, but India steered ahead with self-respect, dignity, and never compromising on its own interests. And that's when we asked Prime Minister Modi ji to name Trump and TRUMP at the floor of the parliament that he has not brokered the ceasefire. 33 times Prime Minister Modi did not say. When he says that he is ready to pay a personal price,
and there you're talking about a war-like situation.
He is ready to pay the personal price. I think he should send his millionaire friend for the Department of Justice interrogation, and then he should come and accept that his hug diplomacy and his going on hugging leaders and headline grabbing.
To let India go fighting with anybody. We can't afford to. We are a responsible nation.
We can't afford a 50% tariff. That's true, but we need to go ahead with self-respect and dignity. We need to take our farmers.
Are we not going with self-respect?
Priority, rather than getting an economic blackmail from US, and that's what Prime Minister Modi should do.
Economic blackmail.
There's no time to public and time to self-pity. This is the time to go ahead with steer ahead with self-respect and dignity, and that's the personal price he should be ready to pay as a leader.
Into a blackmail, and we shall not get into a blackmail. At least under Prime Minister Modi's rule.
I don't know why he's not naming Trump.
Under Prime Minister Modi's rule, we will not succumb to pressure.
You should first identify what mistakes we could do, because Nehru is not here to take a responsibility.
And India will never compromise. No matter whatever picture you create on a national diaspora, India, the Honorable Prime Minister of India will never compromise.
Right, standing up to a bully, not buckling under pressure is all good, but where does this leave India and especially its exporters? Mr. Asif Bhamla, what about them?
No, we certainly understand the irony of the situation. I am sure when जब परिस्थितियां आती है, परेशानियां आती है, तो रास्ते भी निकलते, और वो रास्ते ऐसे निकलते हैं कि उसमें India will get self-sufficient. We will ourselves get a little more confident. We will ourselves have our things in place. We will set up relations with the other countries. ऐसे कुछ नहीं है. There's no rule book के हमें अमेरिका की वाह से या उनकी तानाशाही पर चलना पड़ेगा. You see, we are a free nation. We are an independent nation. Any leader or any country who's trying to blackmail India or the Indian policies, and may I ask the opposition, who is Trump to dictate terms? We are a solidarity. We have our own nation who has never compromised ever in life. ये तो इतने हजारों करोड़ की जनता है हमारे देश में. We are the largest democracy of the world. Why should we? ठीक है, you want to impose, and what is your idea? You want India to bend back. You want to show India, and the only problem is that you can't see the success and progress of India, and the iron fist with the Honorable Prime Minister is globally being accepted as a leader. So that is a threat.
Quickly in 30 seconds, if you want to respond to that.
That's a threat to you, Mr. Trump.
Sir, let Pooja Tripathi speak, please.
Is a global leader and is a global leader. You got to accept it, and even
Tariff threat looming in. I think it's no time for Prime Minister Modi's bush beating and saying Modi, Modi, Modi. I think it's time when national interest should, go above the domestic interest, when Prime Minister Modi should first come out and say that Trump has not brokered a ceasefire, and we will not tolerate a bully. And that's where he should stand up for the farmers, for the MSMEs, for the dairy industries, for the gem and jewelry industries, for the pharmaceuticals, for the medical equipment.
Well, I'm afraid we are completely out of time, and that's where we will leave it. Of course, moving on to breaking news coming in. And this is in Uttarakhand, where you can see rescue operations that are underway, and that is the Indian Air Force chopper that has landed particularly in the area that was impacted the most. And this is Mi-17 helicopter on route for relief operations. They're just reaching that area. The Air Force there also carrying out relief and rescue operations as well. And the road to the incident site has temporarily opened after being, there were a lot of challenges that were being faced by the rescue teams. To know more on this, Ankit joining us from the ground, from ground zero, to take us through, Ankit, the road has temporarily opened up, and take us through the challenges that have been faced to get to this particular point. And of course, and this will definitely assist as far as the rescue operations are concerned. We believe there are at least 250 people that are missing at this point in time.
Yes, so the road that you are talking about is between Batwari and the rest and Gangnani. That road has been, a partial road has been made. Now what that will do, that will facilitate the movement of some trucks and personnel towards Gangnani, where we showed you yesterday how an important bridge, a 100-meter bridge, has been washed off. News coming in also that they are trying to, there is a lot of equipment to make Bailey Bridge, which will be constructed at the place where the bridge in Gangnani has washed off, and only after that heavy equipment and more personnel could be sent. But the good news is the sun is out bright today, and because of the weather from Jolly Grant Airport in Dehradun, Indian Army's Chinook and Mi-17 choppers have been able to take off. They have landed in Harsil. Remember, Harsil is the closest to Dharali village, which has seen the flash floods. In fact, Harsil itself is also impacted. Now, this is the closest that the army choppers can land, and they are carrying equipment, doctors, paratroopers, those who will be pressed, in fact, and will be sent ahead to Dharali. Because remember, at this moment, it's only because in civilian choppers that few and far between 2-4 member teams of the NDRF, SDRF were being able to go to Harsil, from there climb up to Dharali. Now with the Chinook and the Mi-17 helicopters, the hope is that large equipment. Along with that, a good number of forces would be able to be dropped, of course, in Harsil. And today, the hope is that the rescue operations will gain momentum as we speak. The other part of this, of course, is the BRO. Remember, we are also, these are the kind of problems that the road opening is, facing. And even here, fresh landslide has obstructed the movement, and hence heavy equipment has been brought in. Now, after this has completed, these big earth-moving equipment is moving forward, and this will be going to Batwari and then to Gangnani to try and ensure that at least the troops which are lined up a few kilometers ahead can start moving forward. As far as the number of people, those who are concerned, those who are being rescued, the number is being pegged around 150. But remember, there are still many missing. The real picture is yet to emerge as far as the people in Dharali are concerned. How many are missing? Earlier, my colleague Ravish spoke to few people to try and understand how the rescue operations are going on. Take a look.
अच्छी बात यह है कि ये भटवाड़ी वाला जो रास्ता है, ये मैं आपको दिखाऊं, ये जो भटवाड़ी का रास्ता है, ये आज बनकर तैयार हुआ है। तो ये एक अस्थायी तौर पर जो है इस रास्ते को बनाया गया है। ये कल तक ये रास्ता नहीं था, चूँकि थोड़ा दौड़ के आओ, यहाँ से लगातार लैंडस्लाइड हो रही है, तो इसके वजह से लोगों को यहाँ से तुरंत हटाया जा रहा है। ये लैंडस्लाइड लगातार हो रही है यहाँ पे। जल्दी आओ पवन, दौड़कर। तो ये हालांकि अस्थायी रास्ता बना दिया गया है, लेकिन खतरा चूंकि बना हुआ है, और अच्छी बात यह है कि मौसम अच्छा है, और इस मौसम के अच्छे होने से अब राहत और बचाव के काम में तेजी आई। ये पहली गाड़ी निकली है, इस तरीके से गाड़ियाँ अब निकल रही हैं, लेकिन आगे अभी और चुनौती बनी हुई है। आगे पटवाड़ी जो है उस गांव तक एक और रास्ता बह गया है, तो वहाँ की चुनौती अभी बनी हुई है। वे देखिए लैंडस्लाइड लगातार हो रहा है, पीछे पत्थर आ रहा है। पवन तिवारी के साथ रवीश रंजन शुक्ला, NDTV इंडिया।
Ravish getting us a ground report from the area. Ankit also joining us. Ankit, yesterday while you were reporting, there were boulders coming down literally off that steep mountainous area. Has that stopped? And you did say the weather is holding up, at least for now.
Well, the weather is holding up, but that's a good thing. I can hear a chopper in air. So the movement of the choppers, in fact, has picked up. And with the Mi-17 and the Chinook helicopters also pressed in action, the hope is that a large number of medical experts, doctors, the other rescue material, sniffer dogs, all that would be very quickly deployed. Paratroopers are being deployed by the Indian Army, and remember, this is happening at a time when the Indian Army is also looking for its 11 people, 1 JCO and 8 Jawans, those who are at this moment also missing. As far as the landslides are concerned, there are thankfully it did not rain yesterday, so there hasn't been any fresh big burst or at least a big landslide that we have seen at this moment, but there are some places where there is still some debris falling, as this one. This was yesterday, this was clear, and this temporary road was made, which has now once again caved in, and then they were trying to in fact solidify it. We'll have to move. We're in fact waiting for this to clear down so that we can move across ahead. So no fresh as far as big landslide that I can report, but largely I can tell you that today, weather permitting, there will be a lot of activity. At least I can hear continuously choppers. If I can't we can see one just behind us. So since morning, what is happening is that from a makeshift helipad in Matali of the ITBP, these choppers, civilian choppers, are taking off and they are going to Harsil Army Base. The chopper helipad which has been made, they are dropping people there, and also on their sortie back, on their way back, they are bringing those who have been rescued, people, those who have not been badly injured, those who have been rescued. Remember, 4 badly injured people of those who were rescued have been shifted to AIIMS in Rishikesh. Some have been sent to Dehradun as well. But as I said, the task is humongous and it will require much more heavy lifting, especially if the road construction goes on, and then of course heavy material can be moved before the level of equipment and personnel is required can actually reach Dharali.
Right, before in fact the weather can turn hostile as well. Let's listen in to what Lieutenant General Anindya Sengupta had to say.
Indian Army को 8 जवान, 1 जेसीओ, 7 जवान का नुकसान हुआ है जो अभी तक मिसिंग है। हमारी पूरी कोशिश है कि धराली गांव का जो कनेक्टिविटी है वापस जल्दी से जल्दी रिस्टोर हो जाए ताकि हरसिल से यहाँ तक हरकत हो सके। और यह भी कोशिश है कि जो आबादी यहाँ पर मिसिंग है उनका खोज किया जाए। तकरीबन कहा जाता है 30 से 40 लेबरर्स जो यहाँ पे काम कर रहे थे वह शायद मिसिंग हैं। 8 यहाँ के जो जनता में से क्षतिग्रस्त हैं।
Right, let's also get you a sense of how bad the situation on the ground really is. My colleague Aishwarya Jain is there as well, and he's taking us through how in fact the water in the river Ganga has crossed the danger mark, and basically it's the bathing ghats in Rishikesh that have completely been submerged because of the monsoon fury. Take a look at this.
Due to heavy rains in the mountains of Uttarakhand, the Ganga river is flowing above the danger level. I am reporting from Rishikesh, and just behind me is the Janki Jhula, and you can see the flow of Ganga river, which is extremely high at this moment, because the Ganga river had crossed the danger mark of 340.50 meters. And my camera person Shiv Kumar Tiwari is showing you these visuals from the Rishikesh Ghats. Over there you can see there is one ashram that is completely submerged, which is just near the Janki Jhula. And if we pan around the entire area of this Rishikesh Ghats, there you can see the Parmarth ashram, and the Shiv iconic statue over there is almost submerged. The water levels have rose higher in the past few 3 to 4 days because of heavy rains in the mountain areas of Uttarakhand. It is right next to the Parmarth ashram is Lakshman Jhula. The police administration, the district administration had been stating since last 4 to 5 days that people should not go to these jhulas so that they can be at the safer area, and the flow is increasing hours after hours at the Ganga river, as these platforms were submerged just 2-3 days back. The loudspeakers just nearby me, you can hear as they are constantly announcing as to what these people should do, not come to the platforms, because Ganga river is flowing beyond the danger levels, which is extremely dangerous. To be cautious constantly. Volunteers are also telling people that they should not come near these ghats, as the Ganga river is flowing beyond the danger mark of 340.50 meters in Rishikesh. And just 3-4 days back, one woman died in Rishikesh as well after the river crossed the platforms and entered in one of the ashrams. Certainly this is the condition of the ghats in Rishikesh, which is extremely dangerous, and the police administration had told people to be cautious enough to remain outside the ghats and not go just near the river, as the flow is increasing and the Ganga river is flowing at extremely dangerous levels. This is Aishwarya Jain with video journalist Shiv Kumar Tiwari for NDTV in Rishikesh.
Thank you so much for getting us all the very latest. Let's just switch tracks now to J&K, and there has been an accident that has taken place in which 2 CRPF jawans have died and 12 others have been injured. This is after a vehicle that was carrying the CRPF officials met with that accident. Several of the jawans have sustained injuries after that truck that they were travelling in fell into a gorge. To know more on this very tragic accident that's taken place in Jammu and Kashmir, we have my colleague Nazir Masoodi joining us as well. Nazir, a total of 23 CRPF jawans were said to be on board that bunker vehicle when it overturned.
Yeah, exactly. It was full of the Jawans. The vehicle was carrying Jawans because it is an area which is infested by militancy, and the CRPF army and police have been patrolling this area. So clearly it is not just the terrorism, but it is also the terrain, which is also posing the challenge. 2 CRPF Jawans have lost their lives in the line of duty. Around 20 have been reportedly injured. At least around 12, a dozen of them are reported to have received serious injuries. The first, as we see in the visuals, first responders were the local people who rushed there, tried to rescue the injured. Then the officials rushed to the area to rescue people, take them to hospital. But it is a far-off area. It is Basantgarh is actually a tri-junction, which on one side is, though it's part of Udhampur district, on one side it connects Kutwa district, on the other side Doda district. So it is a tri-junction. That's why we have seen it often in the news because of militancy, terror incidents, or the encounters in the area. So the CRPF has been part of this, counter-militancy grid in the particular area, and this vehicle carrying near 24 CRPF Jawans fell into a gorge. 2 CRPF Jawans have lost their lives, and around 20 are reportedly injured.
Right. Well, Nazir, the fear is that toll could go up because we believe the Jawans are seriously injured in that accident that has taken place in Udhampur. Thank you so much for the details. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition. News and updates will continue on the other side with my colleague Gargi. Thank you for watching.
The weather was very bad. The situation remains very, very tense. It remains precarious and it remains dangerous. The Dharali village.
मार्ग से वहां पर हेल्प पहुंचा।
Mohit, you are known for your music. All your films, musics stay with us till today. I'm a millennial and those music are kind of music. So whenever we say Mohit Suri film aa raha hai, we know the music will be good, right? It's a given. So you really work hard. But is this always like how you create your music? You need everything in place, the mood, the lighting, even when the person is in the studio and just singing. And also, how did you select your musicians that this person's voice is perfect for this song?
That's what I think, the amount you give to a song, that's how long it will last, I think. Everyone does the programming, everyone writes the words, everyone makes the thing. But the thing is how much you give, how much of heart you give to the lyrics or to the music or to the melody or to the singing. That's how long the song will last, is what I genuinely feel. If you don't give that love, you're not going to get it back. It's just a simple debit and credit procedure, I think, with the audience. I genuinely feel I don't have any special skill. I don't know any scale or anything else. It's just that I enjoy that process a lot. Give me an evening to just go for a film party or something, I'll skip it. But you give me like a struggling musician to go who has a great tune, some new guys, chill all night with them. I can do that. I can just sit there, make music and stuff like that. We just did that recently. Fahim came down. He just surprised us, and we met in my Bandra office, and Han was there, Aneet was there, and he made me hear his other songs and stuff like that. But it was it's so much fun. Because I just think making music, film, you still get to see something. I think music is so amazing. I mean, you just
You
like,
don't need to see
it's in
anything,
the
yeah,
air and suddenly it just comes together and it's just, you can just feel it. And
Feel it, yeah.
something you hear makes you feel something. It's just magical. Yeah.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
And you know, that's why it's being said that after Kahuna Pyare,
Yeah.
this is the film that has got two superstar debutants who are becoming superstars. But what was this faith that you had on these two that you know, that shows on screen?
You know, you don't plan to make a blockbuster. You plan to make a good film. And that's what I think they never let me, you know, they didn't put that pressure on me to live up to. They never gave me a number that we have to hit or a so-called figure that I have to open to. There was, all these trappings were just not there, which normally producers do end up putting that pressure. You know, then you make wrong things. Then you add a song for a shadi song, add a Punjabi song. All these trappings were not there in this film. They were like, just go there and make your film. Do this script. We love this script and make it honestly. And I think the minute that happened, a filmmaker I could just spread my wings and just go out, not worrying about a few. I think when you do that, you get a little more fearless, and then that's what got picked up by people. So I cast appropriate for the film. I didn't cast thinking. I cast what felt right.
You were saying that you are going to say no to him.
Yeah. But that's his fault. Huh? He was now you see, now that we can talk about the film, Krish Kapoor cannot be a timid, sweet boy.
Yes,
sir, how are you, sir?
Last time we spoke.
Yeah, and I was like, what is this guy? He was a sweet boy. And then by the end of the night, I could see
Relief and rescue operations underway at a war footing in Uttarakhand's Uttar Kashi that was hit by the devastating flash floods. Choppers carrying personnel and relief materials. One of the roads has also been temporarily opened. Sending a strong message the day after US President Donald Trump ratcheted up the tariff war against India, Prime Minister Modi stressed that India will never compromise with the interests of its farmers and fishermen, says, I'll even pay a personal cost. Meanwhile, as Trump's tariffs came into effect at midnight, he posted on social media saying billions of dollars in tariffs are now flowing into the United States of America. His sweeping tariffs impact 70 countries. And the Supreme Court knocks back Justice Yashwant Verma's challenge to an in-house committee that recommended his impeachment over the burnt cash that was found in his home. Not worth entertaining, is what the court said. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Up first, let's get you all the latest from Uttarakhand and the Uttarkashi district, where relief and rescue operations are underway at a war footing. Now, that has been the situation since this morning. It's the third day after the cloudburst and flooding that took place in the districts Dharali and Harsil areas. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is present in Uttarkashi, where he's personally monitoring the situation. Some of the good news: the weather has cleared enough for choppers to carry relief materials as well as personnel to the area. Also, one of the key roads that was damaged has been repaired, and temporarily, though I must add here, and relief materials and people can again pass through using that road. Remember, after the devastating mudslide and the cloudburst that took place 2 days ago, today, finally, what we were reporting yesterday was how many landslides along the route of that Gangotri highway were proving to be a huge challenge in the relief and rescue operations, as relief teams could not arrive at the spot, relief material could not arrive there. It was a challenge also to fly choppers given the inclement weather. However, today, on the third day, things are getting a little better, with more choppers, more material being taken there, more of the rescue teams also being able to make their way to Dharali village that was devastated by the cloudburst and the flash floods that took place. It was a mudslide. Remember, we've seen those shocking visuals where mud, silt and stones are just being brought down by the water that after the cloudburst in the higher reaches of the Kheer Ganga. This is, the river that led to this village of Dharali, and after the cloudburst, a huge amount of mud and silt came pouring down, destroying everything in its path. Over 50 people still remain missing, though 190 people had been rescued since yesterday. Till yesterday, that is, 190 people had been rescued from the mud and silt. In many places, simply the roofs of the houses can be seen. Let's take a look at this report sent to us by NDTV's Aishwarya, and this is from Rishikesh. Remember, here as well, the water is flowing, the Ganga is flowing above the danger mark. Aishwarya sending us this report from Rishikesh, from where a lot of the materials and relief is also being sent.
Due to heavy rains in the mountains of Uttarakhand, the Ganga river is flowing above the danger level. I am reporting from Rishikesh, and just behind me is the Janki Jhula, and you can see the flow of Ganga river, which is extremely high at this moment, because the Ganga river had crossed the danger mark of 340.50 meters. And my camera person Shiv Kumar Tiwari is showing you these visuals from the Rishikesh Ghats. Over there you can see there is one ashram that is completely submerged, which is just near the Janki Jhula. And if we pan around the entire area of this Rishikesh Ghats, there you can see the Parmarth ashram, and the Shiv iconic statue over there is almost submerged. The water levels have rose higher in the past few 3 to 4 days because of heavy rains in the mountain areas of Uttarakhand. It is right next to the Parmarth ashram is Lakshman Jhula. The police administration, the district administration had been stating since last 4 to 5 days that people should not go to these jhulas, so that they can be at the safer area, and the flow is increasing hours after hours at the Ganga river, as these platforms were submerged just 2-3 days back. The loudspeakers just nearby me, you can hear as they are constantly announcing as to what these people should do, not come to the platforms, because Ganga river is flowing beyond the danger levels, which is extremely dangerous. To be cautious. Constantly volunteers are also telling people that they should not come near these ghats, as the Ganga river is flowing beyond the danger mark of 340.50 meters in Rishikesh. And just 3-4 days back, one woman died in Rishikesh as well, after the river crossed the platforms and entered in one of the ashrams. Certainly this is the condition of the ghats in Rishikesh, which is extremely dangerous, and the police administration had told people to be cautious enough to remain outside the ghats and not go just near the river, as the flow is increasing and the Ganga river is flowing at extremely dangerous levels. This is Aishwarya Jain with video journalist Shiv Kumar Tiwari for NDTV in Rishikesh.
Now our teams are also in Uttarkashi, remember, where they have been moving along with the other rescue teams that are, it's challenging circumstances. Just take a look at that highway. This is the Gangotri highway that is destroyed in some parts due to the landslide and mudslide that are taking place in this area. And now NDTV's Ravish sent us this report where he spoke to one of the BRO officials.
एक सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जो धराली गांव है वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए जो लोहे का पुल बह गया है उसको शुरू करने का काम कल से शुरू होगा। वो बीआरओ का पुल था। मेरे साथ में बीआरओ के ही ऑफिसर हैं, नंदलाल गौड़ साहब हैं। अभी हम इनसे जानने की कोशिश करेंगे क्योंकि उस पुल को बनाने के लिए सारे साजो सामान सब ट्रक में लोड हैं और बस वहाँ तक पहुँचना है। एक जो सड़क है वो बन चुकी है, अस्थायी तौर पर उसको बना दिया है बीआरओ ने। आगे की एक सड़क हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि वो अभी नहीं बनी है, तो उसको हम दिखाते हैं। सबसे मेन जो रुकावट है गुलनानी तक पहुंचने का वो ये है। अब ये इसका काम बहुत तेज़ी के साथ में बीआरओ कर रही है और कुछ घंटे के बाद में इसका जो काम है वो शुरू ये अस्थायी सड़क बन जाएगी और इसके बाद में जो ट्रक है वो गुलनानी तक पहुंच जाएगा और फिर धराली के पुल का बनने का काम शुरू होगा। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी एक राहत की बात है। नंदलाल गौड़ साहब, धराली तक आप लोग जो है वो पहुंचने के लिए जो पुल आप ही का था, पुल वो 100 मीटर वाला,
100 मीटर का नहीं था, वो 24.75 मीटर है। हाँ,
अच्छा, उस पुल तक सर पहुंचने में भी क्या दिक्कत आ रही है?
बस ये हमारा क्लियर हो जाएगा तो आप पुल तक पहुंच जाएंगे आज। तो जैसे ही वो ये ओपन होगा वो गाड़ी चल पड़ेगी वहाँ से और हम सामान वहाँ डंप करना शुरू करेंगे।
यानी 10 गाड़ी सामान आप लोगों ने पुल के लिए बना लिए?
वहाँ मनेरी में खड़ी हैं गाड़ियाँ। अच्छा, हाँ, मनेरी जैसे ही ये होगा हम वहाँ से मंगा दें क्योंकि यहाँ जगह कंजेस्टेड है, इस वजह से हम मंगा नहीं रहे।
तो ये देखिए एक बहुत बड़ी रुकावट, जो कल हम पहाड़ के रास्ते से गए थे वहाँ आप देखिए कि हम बीआरओ के साथ में चल रहे हैं और ये जो सड़क है इसका 80% काम हो चुका है। बस कुछ ही घंटे में ये जैसे ही सड़क बनेगी वैसे ही नंदलाल सर का कहना है कि 10 ट्रक सामान जो है वो जो मनेरी में खड़ा हुआ है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचेगा और कल से जो लोहे का पुल जो बह चुका था जिसकी वजह से संपर्क कटा था, कल से वो बनना शुरू हो जाएगा। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी खबर एनडीटीवी आपको बता रहा है और खुद ये बीआरओ के जो ऑफिसर हैं नंदलाल सर, उन्होंने इसकी जानकारी दी है।
All right, so you just saw that report by Ravish on the challenges really that the teams are facing in the rescue operations, as many of the routes leading to Dharali and Harsil have been impacted. So efforts on to repair those routes as well as the bridges that have been damaged. Now let's just take a look at this report. NDTV's Himanshu spoke to Bhuvneshwar Kalita. He is the chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Environment, who also spoke on on what has taken place in Uttarkashi, given the flash floods and the landslides and mudslides that are being seen. He says we will call a meeting in the parliamentary committee to discuss these increasing incidents.
मुझको लगता है कि जिस परिस्थिति में अभी उत्तराखंड के अलग अलग इलाकों में बड़े क्लाउड बर्स्ट की घटनाएं हुई हैं, लैंडस्लाइड्स हुए हैं, आप क्या समिति की बैठक में इस पर समीक्षा करेंगे आने वाले दिनों में?
देखिए, हम तो हर इस तरह के इशू जो आते हैं समय समय पर हम लोग उस पर चर्चा करते हैं और आगे भी करेंगे। और ख़ास करके ये जो नया एक फेनोमेनन भारत में होने लगी है, इसका भी हम लोग इस पर चिंतित है और कुछ ना कुछ इसका टेक्नोलॉजिकल सॉल्यूशन हमें निकलना होगा।
तो आगे क्या संसदीय समिति इसकी समीक्षा करेगी उत्तराखंड में जिस तरह से विकास?
देखिए, समय समय पर हमारे सांसदों ने, हमारे कमेटी के सदस्यों ने ऐसे विषय उठाया है और चर्चा भी होती है और आगे हम और बाकी सबको इस पर इन्वॉल्व करके कोई ना कोई इसका सॉल्यूशन हमें बताए, समस्या का समाधान हमें बताए, ताकि आगे ये ऐसी घटनाएं कम हो और ना हो।
आप
सर, क्या
पार्लियामेंट में भी डिबेट आपको लगता है इतना बड़ा मुद्दा है, पार्लियामेंट को भी डिस्कस करना चाहिए?
पार्लियामेंट पे तो समय समय पर ये चर्चा होती रहती है, लेकिन कमेटी में खास करके, क्योंकि मेरा कमेटी एनवायरनमेंट के है, तो हम इस पर जरूर चर्चा करेंगे।
All right, so Member of Parliament on that parliamentary committee saying that we're going to look into why these incidents are increasing, but this has been a devastating, incident that has taken place in Uttarakhand, in Uttarkashi. It was a cloudburst that took place in the higher reaches, and then we saw the mud and slush flowing down, engulfing the village of Dharali. And the village, in fact, had spread in recent years, and it was right up to the riverbed, and now we saw how those houses got completely engulfed by the mud and slush that came down the river along with the water after a cloudburst had taken place. Since then, since this terrible tragedy that took place, on Tuesday, since then we've seen efforts are on for relief and rescue. What has been a huge challenge also is the fact that the rain continued in this area, and landslides had damaged a lot of the road along the way. There is just one main highway, that is the Gangotri highway, that leads to this area of Harsil and Dharali village. An army camp in Harsil was also impacted, and initially 11 soldiers were also missing after the flash flood that took place over there. Remember, there have also been reports of tourists missing, family members from various parts of the country, even in Mumbai, in Kerala, trying to get in touch with tourists who were on their way to visit the Gangotri shrine. This is the route that leads up to Gangotri, one of the 4 dhams of Uttarakhand. And given that right now it's a huge challenge just to get to the area, even information is not coming in, and it'll take some time to really assess how many people have gone missing. In fact, in Dharali, it's also the period of they have apple orchards, and a lot of migrant labor also comes there to help with the plucking of the apples. So that too is something that needs to be assessed as to who all have gone missing. Now 35 people have been airlifted from Harsil to Dehradun. So that is one good news that is coming in. Many of the injured people were initially being treated in the temporary medical camps that were set up, as the roads had been impacted and they could not be taken to the hospital. The only nearby hospital was in Uttarkashi. So now the choppers, since the weather has cleared somewhat, choppers are being used to ferry the people, especially the injured, and take them to the hospitals, and also perhaps bring them to Dehradun or Rishikesh. We'll continue to track all the developments that are taking place. But moving on to the other big story, we're tracking, and past midnight in Washington, it could be a stormy morning for global trade as US President Donald Trump's tariffs kick in. In fact, he posted on social media saying billions of dollars are now flowing into the United States, but the world is paying attention, remember, to whose billions, where are they coming from. And India, remember, is squarely in the crosshairs. Our tariffs are one of the highest. Brazil and India both facing 50% tariffs. This is after Donald Trump added additional tariffs to the 25% that had been announced earlier. The sweeping set of tariffs imposed by the US president target nearly 70 nations. Trump, in his post, also went on to say the only thing that can stop America's greatest would be a radical left court that wants to see our country fail. Remember, there has been a petition as well, and there is a court that is looking into the legality of Trump's tariffs.
You know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff. Okay.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance, buys more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
All right, so the media are really asking the US president, why are you singling out India, whereas even European Union gets oil from Russia? And remember, the US itself imports uranium from Russia. However, the US president not answering that immediately. But let's take a look now at Prime Minister Modi's strong response to Donald Trump after he announced those additional tariffs. Prime Minister Modi stressed that India will never compromise with the interests of its farmers and fishermen, while knowing, he said, that he will have to pay a price. He will have to pay the price. He said he was ready to do it for the farmers. Interestingly, he was speaking today at the MS Swaminathan Centenary International Conference that is taking place in Delhi, and MS Swaminathan is the father of India's Green Revolution and is known for his contribution to Indian agriculture. So at that event, the Prime Minister talking about how the interests of Indian farmers remains paramount. This is after Trump had announced that extra 25% tariff on Indian exports as penalty for New Delhi continuing to import Russian crude oil. Earlier, remember, the US had announced 25% tariffs on Indian exports. That was on July 20th. And during trade negotiations, the US had been pushing for greater access to India's agricultural markets, especially corn, soybean, and cotton. There has been concern in India also about genetically modified food. So given all this, the Prime Minister today, in his strongest response, to this tariffs that have been unleashed by America, saying that he's willing to pay the price and that he will never compromise with the interests of India's farmers and its fishermen.
आज दुनिया की अर्थव्यवस्था कई आशंकाओं से गुजर रही है। अस्थिरता का माहौल है। ऐसे में दुनिया के देश अपने अपने हितों पर फोकस कर रहे हैं। साथियों, किसानों के जीवन में बदलाव के लिए, उनकी आय बढ़ाने के लिए, खेती पर होने वाला खर्च कम करने के लिए एनडीए सरकार पूरी शक्ति से काम कर रही है, पूरी ताकत लगा रही है। हम बीज से बाजार तक किसानों के साथ खड़े हैं। साथियों, हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं।
And a reaction coming into this tariff issue from Uddhav Thackeray, who has attacked the Prime Minister over this, and he's in fact questioned the Prime Minister that Modi must choose allies and foes, and questioned the Prime Minister's upcoming visit to China. He says after the boycott of China, why the China visit, and needs strong PM defense ministers, what Uddhav Thackeray has said. Remember, opposition has been questioning the Prime Minister given the Prime Minister's close relations with Donald Trump, with all the, agle baar Trump, ab ki baar Trump sarkar, etc. statements. There had been a lot of emphasis on the Prime Minister's close relations with Donald Trump. So given that background and India's hostilities towards China, but now obviously a recalibration given this developing situation. Let's go across to Abhishek Awasthi now for more. Abhishek, tell us more about what Uddhav Thackeray has said, where he has questioned the Prime Minister and, especially given the tariff announcement by Donald Trump.
See, definitely, we have seen how consistently Uddhav Thackeray has been attacking Prime Minister right from the Pahalgam incident attack that has took place, and now we have hearing the fresh statement that is after the 50% tariff on India when he was asked about that question. clearly pointed out that, you have a good relationship with the president of US, Donald Trump, then why such kind of tariffs are being consistently put on us? Why there is not a strong statement by you against these kind of tariffs which are being imposed? And most importantly, he also spoke about regarding the China. It's like you gave us a statement that we should boycott China products, but at the same time, are you going to China? And he also took a dig that you are going to China, but you never went and visited Pahalgam, where the terror attack took place. So, this is how we can see Uddhav Thackeray, who is for the 3-day tour in Delhi, was addressing a press conference and directly hitting out at the Prime Minister and raising those points. While you have a good relationship with President Donald Trump, then why India has to face such a huge tariff? Secondly, why are you going to China when you have said that we should boycott Chinese and we should do production of products in our own country? And most importantly, if you can go to China, then why didn't you go to Pahalgam, where the terror attack took place? These are the statements that are coming from Uddhav Thackeray in Delhi, and attacking directly Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his visit to China, and especially Donald Trump imposing 50% tariff on India. Back to you.
That's right, Abhishek, and Uddhav Thackeray, they're raising this issue regarding our relations both with China over the, and pointing out how there was so much hostility with China, and of course this friendship and a personal friendship that the Prime Minister used to boast of having with Donald Trump. So given that situation, why India is facing the highest tariffs? Remember, after Brazil, that has been, really standing up against the United States, it's India that is facing this highest tariffs of 50%. So it's interesting, given that the opposition has also wanted to discuss this, Abhishek, in Parliament today. We don't know if that will happen, but there was an adjournment motion moved by the Congress demanding a discussion on the tariff, though so far opposition has also been standing with the Prime Minister in a sense, saying that we will not bow down to this, blackmail by Donald Trump. But Uddhav Thackeray here pointing out certain, issues with the Modi government's foreign policy in these last couple of years.
Definitely, directly raising question on the foreign policy. And in fact, we have seen how in the parliament itself, the opposition is demanding that there should be clarity. Either it is Mr. Jaishankar, who is external